phone shut down earlier. I'm like, man, what's going on? I'm on the app the whole, it restarted. Yeah, crazy. I don't even see you, bro. It's crazy. You in here, brother? I'm in here. You can't see me. Nah, I don't even see you. I can see you. You probably have to go out and go back in. I think the servers are overloaded because everybody's coming in, but it'll. Oh, I see you now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you do a port and refresh, yeah, it's working now. Back. Okay. Cool. All right. All right, guys. Thank you. Just be patient with some troubleshooting. I'm gonna order some things and just be patient.
Indeed. If you can, family, you might want to send some invites out to your family, pay them to the room, let them know where we at.
We're loaded. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You can go ahead and ping as many people as you like. We're just ordering some things right now. I just spoke to the Divine Mother. She is getting some sustenance. She's eating. So it'll take her time because we got some edifying to do. And if you guys just kick back, relax, man. Everybody's gonna have a great evening, have a great time. Just chill. Be back shortly. He's never want a green bean in there. Jay, that's crazy. I can't even see you in the room. Let me do a portrait with you. I'll be sneaking up, man. Chuck, I need Chuck up here. Chuck already. I'm up here, man. I'm up here. Okay. You see, this thing is acting crazy. I can't even see that you're up here yet. Yeah, we can't even see you, Chuck. Yeah. Okay, Mike is at the bottom. I'm trying to bring in my friend, world-renowned artist, Mike Thomas. Mike Thomas. Bring up my friend. Can you hear me? Just let Survey know in the DMs. Yeah, I'm gonna make you a moderator, Chuck. Go ahead and bring him up. Just him. Guys, hold off on raising your hand. We're gonna trust and believe. We have a Q&A section. We're gonna have a creative pitch section. All that. But hold off on raising your hand. We're trying to get the moderator straight because I'm gonna need a lot of help. So just not even bear with us. Just chill, relax. All right. So Chuck, you brought your homie up here. I am locating him in the audience right now. Hold on. Okay, take your time. Mike, go ahead and raise your hand real quick so I can let you know your raise your hand, Mike. My bad, hand raising is off. I'm sorry. No, it should be on. Hold on. It should be on.
Yeah, Red, raise your hand.
Yeah, Red, please raise your hand.
I'm on the stage. Peace to the fam. I'm on the stage.
Oh, that's crazy. You can't even see Red. Oh, there you go. Mike Thompson, raise your hand. All right, there he goes. Mike Thompson's dream is to really meet Mother Sophia as well. I got you, Mike. Shouts out to the Make-A-Wish program. Yeah, man. Mike Thompson is a world-renowned artist. He is the guy who drew Black Panther for Marvel, as you know it. Like, He's the principal artist, which means he drew the first Black Panther. He knew Chadwick Boseman was going to take the role. No, he had to keep it under wraps. And he drew Black Panther. I had the first Black Panther comic card.
KT knew 4 years before that. Shout out to KT as well.
Shout out to KT. He decoded. Right. But he also was a principal artist on like Avengers posters and stuff like that. He's drawn for The Source, Vibe magazine, all the big magazines, doing all the old Echo. Is the brother on stage?
Yeah, I'm in here.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can't see you. That's crazy. App glitches, man. It's all app glitches.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay.
All I know is I need a poster myself or something.
Yeah. We try to
shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you, brother Mike, for the wonderful work that you've done.
Hey, thank
you. Will continue to do. I'm sure that in some way we've all been inspired by your artwork, and we have been able to vicariously live through your, your talent. So shout out to you.
Hey, thank you very much, man. You guys might have seen my latest piece. I did Old Dirty Bastard anniversary painting for Sideshow Collectibles. So there's the print that they have that came out right before COVID kind of jumped off.
How'd you get your start, Mike T?
So I started off doing T-shirts back in the day. So I was doing shirts back when I was living in DC, and then moved to Philadelphia and did them, and ended up getting hooked up with Mark Echo, and I was the head of their T-shirt department. So did that for a while until we started doing the ads with like Method Man and DMX and all that, and that's what I was painting. So that kind of got me into illustration.
See, I said that, we may have been vicariously affected by your artwork. I used to grab the Mark Echo shirts, and I knew it wasn't Mark. And then they started doing the cut and sew, you know what I'm saying, and the upgrading, you know what I'm saying, of that particular brand. But I remember them shirts.
Yeah. That was the only time Mark Echo was ever bootlegged.
Facts.
Fact. Mike T, I'm going to make you a moderator, sir, because I definitely want you on the stage. We definitely need some queens up here, so I'm going to get, man, the servers, there must be a lot of people trying to get in here. I guess they just, so it's still kind of glitching out on me. But I want to get some divine feminine energy on the stage. So let me see here. All right, and while I'm doing this, we're gonna go one by one. Everybody introduce yourself, state what you do, what brought you to Clubhouse. Just give a rundown of any resources, any events you have coming up. Try to keep it within a 3 to 5 minute span. We'll start with brother Blue Pill. You can kick it off, good brother.
My shit gonna take like 10 minutes, bro.
Do it. Go. Hey, go. You OG. So OGs get 10 minutes. Let's go.
All right. So in 2000, I was still, I seen The Matrix in 99, and about the year 2000, I started, making my mind up that I needed to make a shift, a transition from the streets. I started working with a company called Iron Mike Entertainment, which was Mike Tyson's management firm. And I was working with his, we call it, she's called his sister. We all know Jackie Rowe from the streets of Brooklyn. She's like the Sophia Stewart of the street. You know what I'm saying? So while I was up there, we had hosted a friend of mine that wanted to have a business meeting. And he was doing a meeting based on the fact that he wanted to do a hip-hop newspaper. I had went to school for journalism prior to that. So I took interest in that, and I started doing both. I started working at the newspaper as well as working with Iron Mike. Around this time, I make a total shift, from the streets into corporate, right? But my past caught up with me, and I caught 2 charges that was lingering. So now I found myself with these court cases that I got to grapple with. a friend introduces me to more science, right? Invites me to a class. I start going to this class. I start noticing all of these parallels once I started studying more science with the Matrix. I'm like, oh shit, so this is what they really meant. You know what I'm saying? I started finding out about the de facto corporations. I started finding out about Strawman, UCC, and you name it, you know. And my byline and that I used to write under the newspaper was P-More. So they started calling me P Morpheus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, you know, because I was inserting all this information undercover in this hip hop newspaper called Four Corners, you know, in so many words, attempting to be Neo in the Matrix, freeing people without just outright busting out. Because at this point is post 9/11. And, you know, shit is kind of different. You know what I mean? The way that you can talk in public and report in these periodicals. So I kept doing that, and I just became more and more famous in our more circles, you know, in the community for disseminating information. At this time, you know, me, Black Dot, a few other people in the community started creating what's considered the latest iteration of the conscious community, because we started putting on the lecture platforms and bringing in Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, Dr. Delbert Blair, and I started, and then later on down the road, me and Red in 09 created Know the Ledge Radio. At this point, I take on the moniker The Blue Pill. I had met Malcolm Shabazz, Malcolm X's grandson, when I was incarcerated in 07. I got picked up on a violation, and I was in Valhalla, and I ran to this young man, and I just felt like I was there to give him this message, you know, about who he is and what his legacy is, or, you know what I'm saying? And I took like 2 hours with that young man, just explaining to him, you know, what his grandfather stood for. And funny thing is, like, when I was sitting down for that period of time, I wrote a book of poetry, and I called it the Blue Pill. I thought that the Blue Pill was the one that you take to get you up out of the gym and shit, but I had picked the wrong pill. But then the graffiti artist had designed the cover, and then the brother wrote his information on the inside of the book, and he was like, look, give my info to one of these rappers, because all of them be telling me they gonna do shit for me and they never do it. I was like, my man is most deaf. I can make sure that he gets it. So I wanted to remain true to the fact that, you know, that I put so much into that book, and I stayed with that. And when I got back home to Harlem, that's all they used to call. Like, they used to always want me to read poems from the book. So they'd be like, Blue Pill. I'm like, my name is not Blue Pill. And it's Sarnetta with the bullhorn and shit. And then they started saying it on tape and on camera, and it just stuck. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to just run with the name. Fuck it. If people want what I got, they really got to be looking for it. You know what I'm saying? They got to really come behind the Matrix to find what it is that I'm offering. You know, so I kind of use that as a sleight of hand, if you will. You know what I mean? So that's like the story in a nutshell. And of course, automatically, if I chose the Blue Pill, then my brother becomes the Red Pill. And for over 20 plus years, we've just been in the Matrix freeing slaves. You know what I'm saying? With this information. You know? Yeah. So we interviewed Sophia on Know the Ledge Radio, I think in 2011. Was it 2011, Red?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. That was a historical episode, you know, when the Pills got to meet the Oracle. And it was just a thing made a legend. So, you know, of course, I'm over here in Clubhouse just doing the same thing. But now I get to be a student in the audience because there's so many amazing people, you know, that are part of this silent community. You know, we call it the silent majority, you know, that are coming to the forefront. This is the student body that's now qualified themselves as teachers. You know what I mean? So it's a dope act. Again, family, it is the Matrix, though. You know what I'm saying? And the Sentinels are coming. So, you know, don't get rocked to sleep thinking that you're in Zion. You got to tap in and tap out. You feel me? Peace.
One.
All right, who we got next? Brother Omar?
Yo, beautiful story, my brother. For the most part, my purpose is to expand the consciousness of humanity. I'm a spiritual teacher, taking the unseen, making it seen. As a child, I had a lot of beautiful, powerful, supernatural experience that, caused me to question its reality. And, leaving the body, seeing into the future, just happening on a high level. Had a lot of questions. I was seeking answers. Found those answers, and it's deep because it's like in the back of my mind, I had these experiences as a child, and I entered the entertainment industry. I was a club promoter, worked with a lot of people, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron, Kim Kardashian, et cetera, et cetera. Did that for about 10 years, retired from entertainment. Now I'm just more so focused on my purpose and teaching our people that a lot of the things that they experience as children is very real, and it's all about the training. You know what I mean? If you know the formula, you know what I mean? That formula will allow you to tap in on a certain level. So for me, it's a beautiful thing to come together with our people on this platform and just converse. You know what I mean? It gives it's different than Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, because it's like now we can hit a voice, we can build, we can teach, we can debate respectfully, we can share thoughts, you know what I mean, without necessarily getting flagged from a post because it contains too much information. So, in closing, pretty much that's what I'm doing now, just walking in my purpose. And it started just from a child, just having these experiences and just knowing that, there's something more than the physical. So when we say meta means beyond, and of course, physics, we're going beyond the physical. And so, and it's deep with the sister, like when I was on my journey as a child, I started researching. I found this sister story, Sophia, and I said, wow, this is powerful. And of course, when I seen The Matrix, it resonated with me. So I had to I had to go beyond the movie and understand that a lot of this stuff is very real. So it's an honor to even, just be able to, kick back and build with the sister, you know what I mean? Just because it's a lot of divine patterns that connects us all. So that's pretty much my story. Just having those experiences, questioning reality, finding the answers, and then taking those answers and then giving it to our people. So much love.
I ditto that.
Yeah, can I go next?
Yeah.
All right, brother Reg. Huh?
I said go ahead.
There we go.
Okay.
Man, it won't let me in my own room. This is crazy. This one is showing off, bro. It's like it's just glitching on me. It's kicking me out. I don't know what they scared. The Matrix, man. The numbers, man. You know what I mean? The numbers dropping down from the screen right now, bro.
Yeah. So I would say that my red pill moment, it happened a very long time ago. I believe it was the year 1980 or 81 when me and Blue had the opportunity to meet Dr. Sebi in St. Croix, in the mountains of St. Croix, when he was doing his herbal work, barefoot in the jungle, you know what I'm talking about? And it was very eye-opening at that point to see that somebody was completely living off of the grid. Even in my young mind, I understood that this was an anomaly. It was something different. My mother, who we call Mama Pill, and my younger brother, KT, arts degree, who was actually born in St. Croix, and Dr. Sebi was one of the reasons why he was born healthy. They began that whole healing journey, and subsequently, years later, would go down in history as being the curers of AIDS. That's a Black history fact. We're gonna have to celebrate them in February. Real talk. It's not celebrated enough. Sister Ma'a, Mama Pill, Dr. Sebi, and a few other people are actually some of the greatest Black people alive right now, because not only did they cure AIDS, but they broke the spell that was debilitating our people in the 80s. And this is just something that our community is hearing about now, but AIDS was hard. It was more feared than coronavirus or the COVID. This is a farce compared to what the AIDS fear mongering campaign was about. And when Black people thought that once you get it, you're out of here and there's no cure for it, people were just dying just in their minds. They were in a box. So the simple fact that there was a rumor going around that there was somebody who can cure AIDS, and Dr. Sadie's client list, his celebrity client list, it reads like a Bible. It reads like a dictionary. All of his clients are not publicly known, but we knew about a lot of them. So they were getting cured by this man and his team of Black goddesses who were putting their lives on the line because the people were trying to, Agent Smith was trying to get us. They were trying to get the families. They were trying to get the healers. They were trying to knock them off. And everybody around them were turning into Agent Smith because it was not something, you were not honorable in the Black community as a healer before it became trendy. You were looked down upon to even eat healthy before there was a Whole Foods in the hood. That was laughed at. You were supposed to eat the sad diet. So later on down the line, in 1999, I saw The Matrix. I remember what I was wearing that night. I was on a date. It opened up my eyes and it really began to plant the seeds. And it started to actually unplug me from a reality. And I knew once I saw the movie that, being anti-establishment and being a fringe, living on a fringe, living on the living on a just basically living outside of society the way that I was living. I knew that it was for a reason. I was an outlaw in a sense. But 9/11 happened 2001, and that was completely my eye-opening experience. I witnessed my brother Blue Pill demonstrate the day before in New Jersey in Superior Court. He stood on his square and he basically demonstrated with the power of Morris science. And he basically had the judge on the run. You know what I mean? He did something I never saw before. I was always used to Black men going to court and putting their heads down and basically,
Right.
looking at their feet and turning into the subservient, really showing who their true colors, because that's called that's the dragon's lair, the courthouse. You could front everywhere else. You could put on that mask everywhere else. You could hum a stunt to the people, but it's inside of the interrogation rooms and in the courthouse do your true colors shine, if you're a warrior or not. And for what I saw, and I was behind those walls a lot, I saw a lot of people fold when it came time to stand in front of the judge. And my brother stood up to the judge and the judge folded. He locked my brother. He put a cup, but he let him out. A few minutes later. After the pay, I saw the power of the paperwork, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. I was so indoctrinated. I wasn't I wasn't unplugged. I was ready to turn into Agent Smith when I started hearing the shit that they were saying in the court. Like, wait a minute, you can't talk to that white man like that. and it opened up my eyes. And then the next day I saw the towers fall, right, in New York. I was right there. I saw them fall, and that was the beginning of my journey down the rabbit hole. And like Blue said, 2005 I came to New York. He sent out a SOS signal. I came to New York. I heard about Harlem from my grandfather. I went to visit my grandfather. He told me to go on 125th Street. There's this crazy nigga out there with a bullhorn talking about Black Power. Go and see what he's about. I went out there and, it felt like I needed to be there, and I never went back. I was living in Miami in a mini mansion, chilling, like, living it up, going on the beach, South Beach every day, just doing what I do. And I left all my clothes, all my belongings, everything, and I stayed in Harlem, and I never left. I plugged in. I started doing the work. I had a clothing line called Kings County that was taking the motifs and the images of the great, Egyptian Kemetic ancestors and put them on shirts the same way that we were putting their rappers on shirts and dope dealers on shirts and shit like that. So I was like, let me put the ancestors on the shirts. Let me put great civilization on the shirt and see how hip hop, responds to it. And we got clowned. I got clowned in the first few years because the community, that I came from, they were still indoctrinated. They didn't accept that. But, like I tell everybody, people are going to come around to where you at quicker than you're going to come back around to where you left. So stay with it. Just stay on your path. Real talk. Stay on your path. Know what you stand for. And just know when you're doing something right, it's not going to feel easy. You know what I'm talking about? But the ancestors, they were smiling upon us. They were blessing us. And they opened up mad opportunities, a whole bunch of windows. We started Know the Ledge Media, Know the Ledge Radio, Know the Ledge TV. And, we've been around the world a few times, as a result of that. And, we still writing legacy to this day. So, and we interviewed Mama Sophia. That was like a coronation for us. She christened us. We always thought we was the albino twins in the Matrix, but she allowed, she was like, she gave us the backstory about the Matrix. She opened up, and really gave us the DNA of what that story is about. So it was dope because it was like we began living it. And here we are today. So yeah, that's what it is.
Super salute to Brother Red Pill, man. Super salute to Brother Blue. They kicked me out like halfway in between you, Blue. Brother Omar, did you get to go yet?
Yeah, I went. Yeah, you missed everything.
Oh, no, stop playing, yo. J Babe, did you get a chance to go?
Yeah, I went in spirit.
Okay, cool. Brother Chuck, did you get a chance to go yet, man? I want you to let the people know what you do in relation to digital media and anime.
Yeah, man. My name is Chuck Taylor. I'm a rapper from California, Sacramento specifically. Moved to Los Angeles when I was 18 years old. Had a record contract with Ice Cube. I think Chuck just got the boot.
Is he still in the room? It's crazy. I don't even see Sir Ben here. Is he popping up on y'all screen?
No, I think it just it's making people pop in and out right now.
Yeah.
Or he probably clicked the ping on accident, got stuck in the hole.
Yeah, I don't see him either.
Yeah, I just texted him. He said he got kicked out. He's trying to get back in now.
This app is bugging tonight.
That's because we promoted this time, so they was aware that around 4 o'clock we gotta fuck it up.
We want to go to the next speaker until the brother joins back.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, y'all, man.
You breaking up, Brian?
Yep. Got music out here for sure. But being on this community, being on Clubhouse, just with so many enlightening people, enlightening brothers, really just gave me ancestors as well. Gave me just such a sense for how do we conduct ourselves during these times that we're living in. Definitely, I just had so many revelations this past year in 2020 in terms of health and holistic living and diet and just how to live in a sense agelessly. So I started this company with a few of my family members called Ageless Living, So it's all about holistic health. What we're putting in our bodies, what we're putting in our minds and our spirits. I have another organization called Black Conference, which is all about social justice and liberation, as well as my program Jazz Power Initiative, which is about transforming lives through jazz arts education, one of the greatest art forms that we as melanated people have given this world is blues and jazz, and that it needs to be honored, cherished, and protected. And I work for a few other organizations as well, and it's just been a beautiful life so far, and I'm very blessed for every experience I had, every person I met. Very blessed to be here amongst y'all, and really excited for Mother Sophia to come bless us again, because all the information she's laid on us, and I recently ordered her book, so I'm patiently and excitingly waiting for that. But yeah, y'all, I could go on and on, but that's just a little brief thing about me. If you want to hit me up, I'm a pretty friendly dude. So yeah, let's connect. Let's do music. Let's create some art. Let's heal the world. Get together and talk about some holistic health and natural living. I'm an ITAL man, so that means before you had your plant based and your vegans and vegetarians. ITAL is the idea that Rastas live where it's of the earth, everything natural. So just trying to be as natural with not only the vibrations of the food I put in my body, but also the people that I interact with, and the love that we all share communally together. So yeah, blessings, y'all.
Brother Mike, you wanna go?
I went already. You told us about this. You told us about the drawing, so it's on 7. Yeah.
All right, y'all. Who's next?
7 or whatever wants.
Peace and blessings. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is 7. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York. My main course of study is microcomputers, microprocessors, circuitry. My main purpose on the group, I was pulled by one of my brothers into here, is basically to network and see how, basically in a nutshell, get the work that we're supposed to be doing to get each other as a collective to where we need to be. I could go on and go a little bit deeper about myself, but that's basically what I'm here for. Anything else we could take it from a different platform. Can y'all hear me? I guess.
Can you guys hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah. Okay. If you guys are getting kicked out of the room, just keep trying to come back in. They're having issues with the service, so don't trip. It's not a big deal. If you're getting kicked out of the room and you're trying to get back in, just keep trying. It's not your phone. It's the server. Hold on one second here. All right. Divine Mother, she's eating right now. I told her to take her time. I told her what's going on with the service, so it's no rush. You guys, we're going to keep continuing with the moderators. And hold on one second. Who is it? Okay. And who are we on now in relation to the introductions?
7 was talking.
Okay. Brother 7, have you concluded your thought?
Yeah, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think my mic is going in and out as well. But as I said, I'm into computers, graphics, and technology, natural health and healing. My main reason for being here is to get together with the collective and manifest the works that we were sent here to do. That's it in a nutshell.
Man, back.
And again, to touch on the main subject, You know, we could go on and talk about the Matrix and the Queen Mother forever. So, you know, I'm gonna spare everybody, you know, just great patience like everybody else so I can get that great message, man.
Yes. Sister Lisa, I you up, so accept that so I can bring you up.
Hi, you guys. I actually got kicked out of the room for a little while, and I just kept glitching, and then it let me back in.
Yeah, it's everybody. It's just the room. It's a lot of people trying to get in here. We haven't started yet. You haven't missed anything, guys, in relation to the main content. We're just doing some introductions. We're organizing the room, so just be patient. Thank you.
All right. Well, you know, as I was saying in my brief introduction, I am a rap artist, and I've been rapping for, you know, a good amount of years. I'm not even going to date myself right now, but I've been rapping for a while. I mean, I have some, you know, some songs and, you know, some accomplishments, but rather than doing a name drop joint, I am a constant seeker of knowledge. And so it was a thing for me to rap about something, about having actual subject matter in my material. And if you heard me before I got cut off, I was in the LA industry around the time of NWA, Ice Cube, and all the different people of that nature. And signed to Priority Records. I was the artist who drew the cartoon and rap pages for several years. I was the you know, illustrator for rap pages. And with that being said, I've just maintained a lot of friends and contacts in the record industry and the music industry over the years, and came to land to do projects with one of my favorite rap groups, which is De La Soul. And actually, I never got famous as a musician, like what you would call famous, you know, like touring and everybody knowing who you are, which is why I'm doing an introduction. But the crazy thing is, the Most High gave me everything I could ever want in the music industry. Like, I was able to reach my dreams. I'll probably PTR is the worst thing in the world to try to do right now, but I would say probably a highlight of my career would be standing on stage with Pos, which is Plug One from De La Soul, and being in Atlanta in 2014 and rocking the whole show in front of Andre 3000. So Andre 3000 sat and watched me rock a couple of great songs from, you know, my friend who's a producer named Super Dave West, and he's the producer for De La and Talib and a lot of other people you may have heard of. And if you PTR, you'll see a photo of me talking to Andre after I got done with the show. And that definitely had to be a pinnacle of my career, to be able to stand on stage with one of my idols and rock in front of one of my idols and have him give me a compliment for my music. I don't need to be famous at this point.
3 to 5 minutes.
That's love. That's love. Sister Lisa, welcome to the stage. Basically, just to catch you up, we've been having some glitches with the server. Right now, we're just doing introductions for the moderators. So just tell the people who you are, what you're working on, what services you may offer, any resources, and any other content or you know, availability that you're trying to let the people know that you have. So you're up.
Awesome. Thank you so much for letting me share this with you guys. I'm super excited. As you know, the first time that I had an opportunity to come on stage and actually ask the oracle a question was in your room. Since then, we've done 2 rooms together. They have been amazing. As far as me personally, I'm not that interested. I have a pretty interesting life, but what I'm doing right now is I'm a Florida real estate agent, and I really believe it's important, especially for us as Black people, to get into real estate. My past, I spent 11 years in the military, you know, got as a civilian contractor in the Northern Virginia area. So I have a lot of experience, right? But, you know, how do you build wealth? You build it through trading, you know, and real estate. So that is what I'm doing now. I'm here on Clubhouse. And I have a club that just got approved not too long ago. It's called We Manifest Abundance. And yeah, I have been on a spiritual journey for a very long time. I like to think of myself as tapped in, very much into metaphysics and everything. And so, like The Matrix was one of my favorite movies. I was already woke before then, but when I saw it, I was like, yeah, definitely vibrated with me. So yeah, I don't want to take up too much time. It's just a little bit about me, and thank you for having me here in the space. Can I go next?
I think it's on the 19 keys.
So kick off, she would like.
Go ahead, I'll go after you.
No, now you called for the floor.
Okay, my name is Alicia, everyone. I've been on a spiritual path for quite some time. In 2012, I had my first awakening. In 2015, I went to Jamaica, and when I came back, I wrote a book called The Ugly Food. I ended up doing a few shows opening for Dr. Umar, and I was able to meet Dick Gregory in 2016. And the path that I'm on now is trying to help people remember who they are and their purpose in life. Be God rich, that they already have the keys within. That's basically it.
God rich, was that the tagline?
Yes, that's the tagline. God rich, both those words together.
I love that. Have you trademarked that? Have you already?
Yes, I've already worked on trademarking. I submitted the trademark back in August.
Lady, I like that.
Thank you, brother.
Peace, family. Go by 19 Keys. I like to believe that I was raised outside the Matrix, or at least conditioned to understand the Matrix, except be raised outside, knowing that you're a God, being taught that you're a God. You kind of work your way to try to get into it so that you can fit in, because you are already understanding what it's like to live outside that realm of what everybody else is constructing their world with. They have their ideas, their perceptions, the deceptions, the indoctrination, things that we believe. So I believe that it's always been one of those things of, constantly taking the red and blue pill throughout my life until you get to a point where you make a decision for yourself and you kind of have your own Morpheus moment and you decide what you do and you decide to, become that one. You understand me, in your own life, because the way that I believe and the way that I think, we are all ones. Ones are just, whether you're 2, 3, 3 represents 3 ones, 4 represents 4 ones, and all the numbers in between the 1 through 9 represents all of them. That 1 through 9 adds up to 10. And of course, that collapses down from 1 plus 0 back to the 1 again. Right? So, as I understand and I interpret that, my whole life is always figuring out, what is my mission though? Right? What is my purpose? What am I here for? And so I've always been on a journey unlocking myself. And as I unlock aspects of myself, I go then and utilize that experience to teach, guide, and unlock others. Right? And that one representing that all, that key represents knowledge, and that represents all knowledge and universal knowledge that each individual can utilize to tap in. I found myself with success as a thought leader, a global thought leader, traveling the world, teaching Black people through education and access, ownership, enlightenment, mindset, control, skill set. I've co-founded several mastermind groups that have been successful. I've built several 7-figure businesses, family businesses, and I speak truth to power while creating solutions to problems. But I'm blessed to be here because I did have the opportunity to interview the good sister Sophia Stewart with Red Pill and Blue Pill last year. And she gave some revelations about the movie that were very interesting. But amongst all, her energy 100% completely encompasses that of the Oracle. So, as we bestowed here with the benevolent presence of our good sister, just tap in and get ready for the, downloads that you may receive tonight.
Peace. Can you guys hear me? Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah. If I don't say nothing for a minute, or you call it, I don't say nothing, it's not me to keep booting me out. So I just pinged the Divine Mother. She'll be with us shortly. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the formalities for those who are in the audience. And again, a few bulletins. If you're getting kicked out of the room, don't worry, it's not just you. You know, just be patient, take your time, try to get back in. You know, and I'm pretty sure they'll figure it out. Yeah. As soon as I said yes, sir, I got kicked out. Like I keep getting kicked out. Also, I just want to say, Survey, thank you so much, and red pill, blue pill. Just thank y'all so much for helping create this space for everybody. And I'm trying to work with Survey. I'm a website designer, graphic. I do graphics and stuff like that. If you saw the Mother Matrix movie, the little short clip. I did a little, video clip for the event today, and I do that kind of thing for people. So I want to work with you, Survey, for sure. So let's talk, bro. Thank you. Oh no, that's exactly what this room is for. This isn't just everybody talking just to sound good. We actually have some action items, some action steps. We're gonna have different segments. We're gonna have a panel discussion. We're gonna have a Q&A portion for those who are in the audience. We're gonna have kind of like a Shark Tank pitch or creative idea type of segment, and we'll kind of freestyle and just go with the flow. But the goal of this room, Keys to Zion with Sophia Stewart. I mean, it's 2021. There's not a greater time right now, in regards to the resources that we have, the accessibility, the conscious level being raised. So it's a great time to, have an understanding of what you want to do, where you want to go, and how you want to implement that, and what it looks like. And there's really no excuse. We have the resources, we have the creative talent, we have the know-how, we have the wherewithal. It's really just more or less about execution at this point. So Divine Mother is going to be connecting a lot of dots for us. But before we even get to any of that, like I said, a few administrative announcements. One, if you have a question and you don't get a chance to get up here and ask your question, because this happens all the time, the first thing I tell people, well, there's gonna be a lot of that, a lot of truth when you get kicked. So he probably saying, make sure you DM the moderators y'all questions.
And I think he was also going to say, write your question down, because he says that often.
Brother, Boo still in here? He's not popping up on my screen.
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, man. All right. Are you there? I see you now, but
I don't even see myself on the screen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is. But it's glitches in the Matrix. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of glitches in the Matrix.
Yeah, gotta watch out for every address. Survey, you there?
He'll come back. Just give him a moment.
Yeah, I mean, we see the icon. But we don't. Survey, you there, bro?
He could have got a call too.
Might be on the phone with Mother Matrix. Okay, I apologize, you guys. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Man, they really playing games at night, man. It ain't never been like this before. First time.
No, it hasn't, but we are about to do some powerful things tonight, so that's
Wow. Okay. Again, if you have questions for the Divine Mother, the first thing I tell anyone is to get her works, get her literature. The resources, the tools are already available. So I'm going to give you the information now. That way you don't have to ask for it later, because people always ask, how to get in contact with her. This information is public. So if you want to email the Divine Mother, Sophia Stewart, you can email her directly at Sophia Stewart. And I'm going to give you the spelling. Sophiaa. Stewart is Stewart 10. That's 10 at yahoo.com. So Sophia Stewart 10 at yahoo.com. 1 second, she's texting me. All right. So Divine Mother's getting ready to eat. So I told her take her time. All right, so back to the information. So her direct email address is sophiastewart10@yahoo.com. For all investments, donations, signs of gratitude, efforts of gratitude, you can cash app her directly at $Sophia. That's SOPHIA Marcel MARCEL. If you like to use Zelle, you can Zelle her at 702-501-5900. Now, for her literature, her works, her books, her source material, you want to go to www.truthaboutmatrix.com. Again, that's www.truthaboutmatrix.com. And you can also go to terminatormatrix.com. And if you go to her Clubhouse page, you can actually follow her Instagram and her Twitter. Her Instagram also has the email icon. It's a direct email link to her. And her Twitter has the direct link to her website. So make sure you do the following. Make sure you write down that contact information. And, if you read the source material, a lot of the questions that you have will be answered in that source material. And if you don't get a chance to ask your question, and you sit in the audience, listen, absorb the information, because she's going to answer your question anyway. I promise you. Because by the time you get up here, you're going to be like, I don't have a question, because she's already answered it. So be patient there. We're going to be going over eco-friendly systems. We're going to be going over digital business, universal law, activating and actualizing your purpose, profiting with passion, digital currencies, you name it. Nothing's off limits. We're going to have a great conversation tonight. I'm going to kick it off, just giving a background bio of Divine Mother Stewart. So let me kick this off for you here. One moment. All right. Now, I didn't write this, but I love the way it was written. All right. Child prodigy, prolific writer, poet, and creative genius are just a few of the terms used to describe Sophia Stewart. Stewart enters the City University of New York and received her Bachelor of Arts degree in journalism and majors in law and psychology. While attending the university, she studied under the guidance of many celebrated authors and writers, such as Max Siegel, a former journalist of New York Times, publisher, editor, essayist, and critic, Emile Coupoya, and Paul Cherry, a playwright for Broadway. She also served as an intern for television at a public broadcasting station, WNET 13, where she worked with Oscar award-winning film documentary producer Perry Miller Adato. Her graduating class was honored with a special letter citation from President Jimmy Carter. In 1979, her love and skills for writing motivated her to move from New York to Los Angeles, where she studied cinema, and at the University of Southern California, USC, it was there she had the opportunity to study film under the auspices of producer Leon Roth, father of Eric Roth, screenwriter of the movie Forrest Gump. By the early 80s, she had started writing professionally. It was through her association with the Jacksons and entertainer Janet Jackson that she became involved in a special project that enabled her to write her first television scripts entitled My Special Love and Blue Short. During this period, Ms. Stewart also had the opportunity to work at Columbia Pictures in the office of Vice President Dick Burris and producer Brendan Cahill. It was at Columbia Pictures where Dick Burris supported her aspirations to write and gave Sophia 5 first draft scripts. One was called From Here to Eternity. She is an accomplished award-winning poet who has published over 100 poems. Stewart, a gifted writer, visionary, has also worked for individual celebrities who include former Knick player Dick Barnett, Louis Gossett Jr. His son was in here yesterday. She actually was pretty much like a nanny to Louis Gossett Jr.'s son. And we built with that, we connected. Hopefully he'll tap in tonight as well. And Shelley Winters, excuse me. Her background is diverse, and many of her writings reflect groundbreaking literature that is undeniable before its time. She has received numerous awards for her achievements over the past few years. After earning the Rosa Parks Award from the NAACP in December 2005, she also got the Honor Award for Empowering the People from the Las Vegas Music Awards in September 2006. On June 2nd, 2007, she was nominated for the international award called Lifting Up the World with a Oneness Heart, an award offered to people who have exceptional contributions to the human family. Some of the receivers of this award include Nelson Mandela, Mikhail Gorbachev, I might be butchering that, I apologize, Mother Teresa, Pope John Paul, Jesse Jackson, and many others. Mother of the Matrix, as she is affectionately known, wrote her epic The Third Eye while she was studying cinema at the University of Southern California. This ingenious work, copyrighted since 1981, is the foundation and contains the core elements of the blockbuster films The Terminator and The Matrix. And a side note, she is the franchise owner and creator of The Terminator and The Matrix. Stewart's brilliance lies in her ability to create characters, stories, and cinematic magic. In The Third Eye, she has transformed comprehensive metaphysical and spiritual concepts into the most revered science fiction films of the 20th century. The Terminator and Matrix films are among the most artistically phenomenal and financially profitable film franchises in Hollywood's history. These works have currently grossed over $25 billion, won 4 Oscars, and continue to generate revenue internationally. So she's currently continuing her epic work in the upcoming Matrix 4 movie and book, which is destined to supersede the extraordinary success of The Matrix and Terminator and establish her as one of the most profound master writers of the 21st century. So for those who don't know, Terminator and Matrix, these movies are interwoven with each other. The machines in Terminator were sent back in time to take Neo out. John Connor was Neo. I found this out a couple of days ago. The cop from Terminator was in the Matrix. There's a little flash of him, but he's actually in the movie. And there's so many tidbits and interwoven tissue in regards to her ability, her gift, her passion, her purpose, and her heart. So again, she's eating. I'm going to leave the floor open. I have to do a few more administrative things. You guys have the floor to converse about whatever you like. Just keep it orderly, respectful. I'll be back shortly. Thank you.
All right, who want to touch it?
Talk about anything. Y'all were saying something heavy about cashless society law. Talk about crypto. Just talk about politics. It don't matter to me. Somebody kick it off.
Yeah, brother. I'm sorry. Am I the only one that is freaking out over the fact that John Connor was Neo?
No, you're not.
I mean, I'm over here bugging, right, and you guys are just like, yeah, whatever.
That's what I'm saying.
We met at the
That was a megaton.
Let me give you another tidbit that she shared with us about Neo, right?
Yeah. Go ahead, drop it.
We interviewed her last year, me and my brother in Keys, and she told us that the prototype for Neo was Muhammad Ali, right? Yeah, she prototyped Neo after Muhammad Ali, who she actually had a brief relationship with.
They were engaged.
Yes, they were engaged. And, so she was embodying the character of a fearless man, a superhero, in this majestic being, who also shrouded himself in that cape of Islam and everything else that we remember him for. Now, serendipitously, right, Will Smith was supposed to play Neo in The Matrix, but he also ends up going to play Ali in the movies. Now, how's that for, some synchronicity?
And if you follow Matrix 2 and 3, she's going to make part 4. That's the dream. So 2 and 3 are going to be a dream. So make sure you guys are not asking questions about.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but how does that make y'all feel that, there's an actual prototype for a superhero amongst somebody who lives amongst us, does it make it more realistic to you?
Oh, it's so powerful that she used Muhammad Ali, especially when you listen to some of Muhammad Ali's old interviews, the Parkinson's interviews, just how powerful he was and how he said that he wanted to be an ambassador amongst Black people worldwide. I think that's amazing that she used him.
Man, I keep thinking,
when I heard that, when she first said that, it made me think about, if that's Muhammad Ali, and of course, growing up as a black Muslim, the Nation of Islam is always a catalyst to getting out the matrix. You understand me? As a prototype for Zion. So I think about that whole world and the characters around it. And that can be viewed in so many different ways. And even looking at, the character Morpheus. If, the prototype was Muhammad Ali, and this, of course, is just kind of creating your own world to exemplify, because the way that the movie is set and the way that it's written, of course, we can throw many layers of perception on top of it, right? And find many different examples as it correlates to the many different dimensions in our world. But I look at Morpheus, and to me, that reminds me of Elijah Muhammad, the one giving the red blue pills. You understand me? Giving the new names and bringing people into the nation or into Zion. And, that being a reforming and redeeming method once they get those teachings. And then you have somebody that looks like the Agent Smiths, is like the FBI, those who are moving everybody and, investigating and holding files, and also getting people to infiltrate Zion and tear down the organization, because the last thing that they wanted was a black messiah. They didn't want a 1-2 rise up. And there's been many ones that's rose up many times in America over and over again. And there's always been this agency that existed, trying to break down that fabric of the black messiah material. Those charismatic, intelligent leaders that, exist, that rise up over and over. So there's many different ways to look at that. And as that dials into today's time, but then just that overall movie matrix, going from concept into reality, you can definitely find correlation between Nation and Zion.
Even Morpheus, you get a word more, and it's interesting because in Greek mythology, Morpheus was the god of dreams. So it was a lot of codes in that script.
Morpheus is the god of dreams, and he's the lord of morphine. And he's true. I think it's nightmare and fantasy, right? Dealing with that entire dream realm. Again, that's why I identified, I said, okay, with a blue pill, it deals with the dream realm. I've always been a daydreamer. I've always been somebody who in my own mind has conceptualized how I want my world to look like. So I identify with the fact that, you create reality for your subconscious realm and your dream realm. So I always felt like they kind of duped Neo into taking a red pill. He's supposed to pop both of them joints. But that's not the end of it.
Red and blue, purple like Prince. We found out in part 4, 2 and 3 was a dream. That means he took the wrong pill.
Exactly, So I was just thinking ahead of the game. But yeah, 19 summed it up perfectly. When we think about Agent Smith and we think about the Bureau, I just watched a documentary the other night called MLK FBI, and they were really detailing the government surveillance of thought leaders at the time, and Hoover's 40-plus year reign and his determination to infiltrate organizations and stop the rise of the Black Messiah. These were the organizations that were actually, challenging these powers. I don't know if we can put things in perspective today, because we have this illusion of freedom and movement, to really understand what they was up against at that time. You know what I'm saying? Like, fact in your minds, allow you to try as best you can to go back and think about what those warriors were up against, going up against the system. You know what I'm saying? Where there was no, there was no camera phones. It was none of that. It was just you and us. And when you was running, you was a target. You feel me? And people
about Mother, you know what I'm saying? Because we have to realize, she was, and not to cut you off, King, but how she had to go against the entire media conglomerate through that whole smear campaign. I always reemphasize the wherewithal and the power that she has to have to be able to, go against that whole entire media, multi-million, billion-dollar conglomerate, and still come out, on top, because truth ultimately always prevails. So, yeah. It was beautiful.
But another side of that is and this deals directly with today, right? Because if you look at the Asian, and there are many theories surrounding around the movie, is that Neo's job wasn't to destroy the Matrix. That was the Asian's job. He wanted to destroy the Matrix, but he was also a child of the Matrix, right? So essentially, you having a child destroying his parents or his fathers, right? The machine in which he directly comes from. And in Greek mythology, that goes into the Cronus complex. You understand me? The father destroying, right, the sons, because he afraid of one day that they would take this throne, right? And so you have within their particular paradigm is that there's war between the young generation and the older generation, and what they consider the time paradox, right? And white patriarchal rule, period. Everything that comes from their mind and their machine, their matrix of thinking. And in today, and if you look at Agent Smith, he wanted to input design, he wanted to destroy the matrix, he wanted to just disrupt it all. And in today's character, as far as who that would represent to me, he's somebody like Trump. Big Gucci Trump. Yeah, a child of the matrix, born into that world of, white patriarchal rule, but inserted himself into the government and being so disruptive that, it became the biggest disruption that the government has ever seen, and nobody has been able to get that much power in America without going with the status quo of what they wanted it to be, besides like bankers and things of that nature, and like, Jewish power, essentially. But in the movie, you've seen how many people that the agent was able to turn into his clones, right? Which a person can parallel that to like Trump supporters, and having that much power to come out and create mass disruptive change, right? And so, and then now the people come to save the system, right? Through the voting, through the registering, through whatever ways that you want to look at the mechanics of how that works out. But it's interesting as we parallel those things in reality, because you ask yourself, do you want the matrix to be destroyed, or do you want a more comfortable position in the matrix? You understand me? Do you want things to just go back to a balanced system? And that's really one of the paradoxes of looking at that entire movie, is that each character wanted something as far as their reality. But the goal of Zion was never to destroy the machines. And ultimately, when you get to the last movie, what they found peace, but not where they had rulership, not where they had true power, right? And that was all they was trying to do, was broker peace, because they didn't have the power to control their reality, because the machines were the guides in their world. Yes, they restructured their contract in the Matrix. They never destroyed it. They just restructured the contract, just like we seen them do the other day,
Facts.
with this administration.
Can I chime in? Hey, guys.
The goddamn flags. Go.
It's Tristina. So if we're talking like structure and how things are made and built, it's more of the questioning of the system. And why do we believe what we believe? And a belief on. So,
right.
How is it that we live cohesively, collectively, with different opinions?
Is that a question, or you're expounding upon your thought?
I'm still thinking about how I'm going to express the words and make it make sense. So having all these different paradigms and different choices to make, it's not this or that. It is a combining of the two without power being taken over. So the question is, why do we or humans or others want power over something? That's the question.
Well, that question can be answered in many different ways, but we have to look at this, right? Animals are considered to be to want authority in space, right? An animal marks up his territory, he wants space, and the animal is said to only think in the here and now, right? And one of the paradoxes, or one of the philosophies that was broken down in the book, this complex by Michael L. Bradley, who wrote The Ice Age Inheritance, he was breaking down how, the white man wanted to have dominance over time, right? to where he made things his age, and he thought forward thinking and his ability to control time, right, in the spirit language and how he commanded things. And as they breaking and giving the analogy of beast in a book, what they were really doing was giving the analogy of black men and women and how we believed and thought more so in the now, right? Because, time is just one continuous now, right? And when him coming in and creating plans and creating future tense reference or language that expounds upon the future, his ability to not only control time in the essence that he wants to control the now, he wants to control the past by rewriting history, and he wants to control the future by creating institutions that allow him to have future control and rule. And so a lot of the book was breaking down this Neanderthal thinking to where because they could climates and made them more aggressive and constantly thinking about survival, right? And dominance, that they couldn't just live in peace amongst another people. And now, without us having a full brevity of their history, right, and knowing exactly the nature of the people that we're living around, we try to Martin Luther King, we try to integrate, right? Mm-hmm. Not realizing that we're integrating two different natures that are oil and water that could not exist because one nature is always to dominate, while the other one is seeking to live in the now, the other one is working to control the future. So one is always presenting and setting up himself, right, to have control over whoever this person is around. And so dominance of time is a thing that, people didn't think about as far as like this is the Zulu age. No, that's you think about, this was the time of the Romans or the Greeks, because they realized that spatial, as long as they was trying to control space, then they was going to lose. That's what kingdoms did. They tried to control just space. So what white patriarchal intellect decided to do, let's create ideas, right? Let's create institutions of thought like constitutions and the Magna Carta and contract. And these are ways that we can create institutions that control generations to come. So therefore, we don't have to constantly be in that war with space, but we can control time. So understanding it from that essence allows you to understand why the nature of two people cannot coexist. And the diversity challenge that we have within the Black and brown community is finding like minds that can coexist and build amongst each other with the same values and principles, rights, and culture, which allow them to have a foundation that will have peace over time, right? And if we can first coexist with like minds, then we can do trade, then we can do business with other people that are of different. Life was never meant for all things to coexist, even in nature. Everybody has, you see the animals usually come around when it's time to drink. That's their time where they have peace. They understand that. But everybody still corrugates in their own sections. The zebras are with the zebras. The Brazils are with the Brazils. The lions, they with the lions, right? The antelopes are with the antelopes. Only human beings try to coexist when different people have different natures, all in the same space. And unfortunately, that the reality of it is we were not meant to blend our natures together. We were meant to always live our natures out separately, and there's enough space on this planet Earth to be able to do that.
I completely agree with you, brother, and I want to expound on that idea. The fact that we have two different natures, the way they got us to integrate was to create an illusion that we're the same, we have the same values, and we want the same things. And we see that our illusion continue to persist in today's reality, where when we get a Black president, now we think that everything's okay. Instead of looking at things in terms of the matrix and how they're going to tell you what they want you to hear. They're going to present problems that they want you to think about instead of about the bigger problems that we really have to worry about. And I completely agree with both of you guys. And it's not so much the nature of the coexisting beings or the nature of the beast. It is the understanding of the two opposing forces which actually work together. So maybe I can make it make more sense if we think about a positive and a negative ion. So when you throw a positive out, it automatically attracts negative. And then once the negative and positive balance, they start to coexist in harmony. So it is completely okay to believe what you believe, feel what you feel, and still question what other people around you believe in, and as you guys coexist. And I think that people are being polarized by belief, economic systems can all live together with question and without question to each other. It's called I can't call it a word, but it's us existing.
It takes on programming, but you're right. But you have to realize it takes on programming because we started in kindergarten, and most people you graduate high school. That's 12 years of programming and indoctrination. So if it takes 12 years to program us, for most people it's going to take 12 years to unprogram. But that doesn't usually happen because you don't even really start thinking about who you are until you get maybe into your mid 20s. They have studies that show your frontal lobe does and for the most part developed till you're 25 years old. So it's an unprogramming aspect first, and what I talk about the 0 point, getting to the 0 point. Oftentimes we think enlightenment or self-awareness, self-actualization is adding more layers of who we think we are, but in actuality, it's the unlayering, getting back to the core, the true self. The scripture says you can't enter the gates of heaven unless you have the mind and heart of a child. That means purity. And ultimately it correlates to, our inner technology, because that's what this fight is all about. It's about our inner technology, because that's what they're in the external world. That's what they're replicating. There's nothing outside of you that isn't with inside of you. So the key is to get you to use your own, inner intelligence, your intellectual property, your energy, your genius, whatever you have, your fear, your love, your compassion, and filter it and cipher it into the very system that we say we're against. So, it takes an unprogramming, it takes humility, it takes compassion, it takes patience, but it also takes work. You really have to put the work in. Mostly everybody on the stage that I know, I've witnessed to them putting the actual work in. So it's something you have to do, because a lot of our people don't want to be free. And I don't care how much they say it, I don't care how much they act the part out, they don't want freedom, because freedom equals accountability and responsibility. You're asking somebody to be accountable and responsible for their own self-governance. They have to be consciously sovereign for their own, their own actions, energies, and makeup. So that's a tough pill to swallow for a lot of people, because they've been programmed to, by bells. You go to school, the bell rings, you start your next class. The bell rings, you lunch, right? Then you graduate, you get a job. Because the Rockefellers, they are the primary investors of the Western curriculum, and they were primary investors because they wanted drones, they wanted slaves. You get out of school, you have to go be an employee, a worker bee, or you're supposed to go to jail. Either way, they benefit. So that's what the school curriculums are made of. So, we just have to understand the entire playing field and look at the schematic to understand how to move through the matrix, and that's why the matrix is so important, because the matrix isn't a movie, the matrix is prophecy. This stuff has happened and it's happening and is yet to happen. And Mother Sophia, she is a seer. She's a prophet. She's an oracle, real life. So if we have the source code and source material, because we were supposed to have this source code in the 80s, we're just now getting it in 2021, but Allah is right all in line alignment, because now we have the technology, now we have the resources, now we have an understanding of our narrative, and now we know how we can, we're learning how we can implement it through the multitude of mediums that we all have access to. We have brothers who have built eco-friendly cities in the Bahamas. We got a brother who built a car that's more advanced than Tesla out of hemp. These are brothers who are in the rooms, and we're all connected, and we're putting this together. We're looking to do docu-series, anime series, movies. You know how Disney Plus have their own streaming platform, then they have their own content, whether it be movie form or shows. Why can't we do that with our own source material? Why not? So that's a mission, and it's a great bill. You guys continue doing your thing.
Right. I'm right there with you again. So it's more of a system of questions that need to be answered for people who haven't made it to that level of questioning. So I've lived a life where I feel like it's not okay to ask questions, and when I do, I'm punished or penalized as if it's wrong to know the answer. So I think I feel like what you just said is, when people ask the right question, they get the right answer.
Yeah, the more perfect the question, the more perfect the answer, and it comes from after I'm the other sister speaker. She wanted to speak, and then Omar, you after the sister. But yeah, questioning comes. You know, I always say you think about your thoughts, right? You're having thoughts in your head that run into your head, and you're thinking about your thoughts, right? And most people don't go beyond that conscious plane. They're just thinking about the thoughts that they have. They're just interacting with those thoughts. Most people don't step out of themselves to look at themselves, and that's the observer's seat. Like you have to look at yourself. Having these thoughts, like, why am I thinking like that? Is that really my thought? You really have to tap in from an observer standpoint, because what we do is electromagnetic beings is we make the mistake of leaving the observer seat and inserting ourselves into the actual paradigm that we're observing, not realizing scientifically and metaphysically, you actually electrify and magnetize the very thing you give attention to. So, it's just like atoms. They've proven scientifically that when you look at an atom, it changes the wave, it changes its behavior because it's being observed. Plants, everything that's living, everything's vibrating. It's all energy. So it's like, how do we maximize our energy? We were just listening to a brother speak, not a brother, it was an actual lecturer speaking yesterday about our energy capacity. How if we don't course correct within the next 5, 10, maybe 15 years max, we're facing an extinction level event within 40 years. And this is from major scientists. And it's all based on our agriculture, our energy output, and how we use fossil fuels and drain Mother Earth of her blood and oil, etc. We're on a crash course into a brick wall, right? So It's like, we really have major things that we have to address. And believe it or not, the people that we consider the opposition, whether you want to call them the demiurge, the devil, the oppressor, whatever you want to call it. When I say them or they, I'm just speaking about principalities. Those principalities can inhabit any vessel that's not anchored spiritually, just like in the Matrix. If you're not anchored, exactly. If you're not anchored to Zion, you are potentially. If you're not plugged, you potentially become an agent because your vessel is vacant. It can be jumped into. So it's the same thing. I lost my thought. Hold on, get a text.
No, you're not being attacked, survey. It was just like the whole process of critical thinking and questioning. Like, we have to ask questions, and that's okay. Because if you're not asking the right question, you ain't getting the right answer. So you can ask the same question. Everybody's asking, you're going to get that same general answer. But what question do you want the answer to is what I came to the conclusion of by being here and listening to the information. Queen, and what I already know. Queen, I must chime in and tell you that. Like, some of us, we want all this information and we hoard the information and we do nothing with it. So it's important not only to ask the right questions, apply the information, and it's also important to understand that how I think Brother Keith was touching on this, and then Survey touched on it a little while ago. If your vessel is weak spiritually, then anybody can inhabit it. Basically, that also means that.
Yeah, I'm on an interview. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Your belief system, you have to stand up for something, or you'll fall for anything. So asking questions is a good thing to help you know what with the question being out there and all of us looking for the same answer.
Absolutely. Like I said, and I agree with you 1,000%. It's about resonance because in all actuality, you're not being taught anything. You're just remembering what you already know. Because again, there's no greater technology than the technology within you. The way your cells work, the way your body is made up. That's the subconscious is it. You don't have to think to breathe. You don't have to think to digest. It automatically happens. That's the subconscious, right? I always say, right, the divine intelligence. That is the key. That's what they're trying to get you away from. And the more they do that, the less capacity that you have. So when it's really time for you to show up and be, not you, I'm just saying us in general, because I've had this experience. When it's really time for us to show up and be ready, you're not there. You don't have the energetic capacity. And it goes back to the conversation because at this point in time, they're looking to, AI is here. The machines are taking over. Skynet is taking over. And it's not all doom and gloom because at the end of the day, again, we're talking about the dark principalities that people may think are trying to kill everybody on Earth. They don't want to kill the cattle. They want to control the cattle. So if there's no Earth here, then there's nothing to control. So they want to preserve the planet, but they want to be the ones that are in control once we come out the other side of this new revolution. So the importance now is catching our people up because the resources are here. We can go light speed with this. We have all the resources, we are the talent, we are the bag. We have coders, we have kids in tech. You name it, we have them all here and they're ready to work. It's just the glue is the narrative and the purpose. Like where are we directing this and what are we trying to do? And Black Panther was a great representation of the potential that we have. And it's no coincidence that we have the brother who actually made the actual drawing of Black Panther on stage right now. Facts. Crown chakra. So when you look at that movie, you understand that it was the reason why the most important thing in that movie is teaching you about public life, which is very powerful in a lot of things. Remember how they went into the Matrix, they had on the side to the fear of almost, etc. And they went into the so-called real world about the food was different, clothes was different. And so that was like the whole part of the movie. And the sisters from last week, she broke down the info saying basically means I speak for myself. So rather than going through the legality and understanding contract law and fighting for what's yours, that's the part that I resonated with. It's beautiful. I think that's the biggest accomplishment, not just that somebody take from you, but going and take it back and what belongs to you. And it means to the sun. Super fat.
I have a question for you guys on the business side. A lot of the content, like what you guys speak about, and you guys are all business owners. How do you combat being shadow banned on Instagram?
So we jump on Clubhouse.
Nah, you know what's funny? I never gave thought to the idea of being shadow banned. I just navigate, right? It's all about being forward and staying in motion with everything that you do. But the brother did give one answer to that, is that whether you're on Instagram, you're on YouTube, wherever you at, you have to be constantly just moving and navigating and constantly creating. You understand me? And I think what happens is a lot of people really give so much credence to the notion that they shadow ban and they start to operate like it as well. So they start producing the same amount and it really decreases their results. But I've never been a one that have complained about, oh, I'm putting out this material, so I'm shadow banned. Either you have an option to comply or not to comply, right? These particular platforms comes with rules and regulations. And what you realize is that if you're not the one setting the rules, then you're the one being ruled. And if you want to operate under somebody else's rules as if you're the ruler, then you're going to realize you don't have the control, and that's when a person sets you in place and let you know, oh, I'm the one who actually created these rules. So what you do is you master, the particular arena that you're in, the platform that you're in, and you learn how to navigate it the way that these platforms are set up to navigate to where you can be the most effective. Now, what we do is we utilize these platforms as a space for advertising, as a space to get attention. We cipher that attention in our private rooms, in our private conversations. We cipher millions of dollars off of these platforms, and not once had to complain about being shadow banned on a platform who set out rules where we already know exist. It's either are you going to comply or you're not going to comply, or are you going to operate in a manner to where you can move in and out this matrix of a system, still getting everything that you want. So I think it more so just goes towards a mindset shift that the people who created the platform doing what they're supposed to. The people utilizing the platforms are. And the more you start utilizing the platform for what it's not made for, then you force those who created the platform to start making these adjustments and changes so they can continue to have rule. That thing exists on every level of government and control, right? In the actual government, in people, corporations, and laws, whatever it may be. Their whole goal is to maintain control over the things that they own, the things that they created, right? So these systems are not, democracies. You understand me? So I would just look at it in that capacity, and you will be all right as long as you just continue to navigate for the specific reason that you on the platform for in the first place.
And also,
I ask that, like, if you can avoid getting any type of verifications, please do it. Because just to touch on what he's saying, it's so true. It's like you are controlled. And I noticed when I started to share a lot of this type of information on my platform, I got warnings. And so it puts you in a tough position. Like, should I keep doing this? Because I have to have my page to, run my businesses and do certain things. But it is best to try to, like he said, move it away from that and navigate it in ways. But if you can stay away from the verifications, I would suggest that.
and also, real quick.
Introduce you to a really clever word called subvert. You can do anything in front of anybody with subversion.
Right.
Don't let them know what you're doing. You do something a little bit different. It looks like it's benign. It has absolutely no edge to it at all. Underneath that is where all the knowledge is. You got to subvert. The subversion.
Keys, bro. That was very, very good.
Very good. Also, keep in mind that Neo was hopping in and out of the Matrix via the phone, right? So Neo was playing in the Matrix, and the Matrix was actually the phone. It was a take on social media. So, when like Keys said, like the sister said, like everybody is saying, we have to be very subversive. When they jumped into the Matrix, like the brother said, they were dripped in designer and they were playing the game, right? They had to blend in order for Agent Smith not to recognize them. They were able to move. Man. Right. They were able
Subterfuge is resistance.
Exactly.
Subversion is resistance.
Exactly. So they were able to move through the Matrix to unplug, to do work, to meet the Oracle and do everything, but they weren't making a scene. They were not bringing attention to themselves, and they were not being subversive. So that is how we have to navigate shadow banning. As long as you do your shadow work, you don't have anything to worry about. Continue to put out the material and, build your own platforms. There are numerous, these are the main platforms, but there are hundreds of platforms that are out there. We have opportunities to spread this information and to disseminate information anywhere that we please. I mean, there's so many opportunities, you'll run out of phone space with these apps. So,
That's facts. I think a good word for us right now would be diversification, right? Whether it comes to wealth, whether it comes to your skill sets, whether it comes to how you utilize these platforms, if you're not diversified, then it's the same thing with a stream of income. You understand me? One stream of income, you understand me, or two streams of income is too little to almost being none. And it's the same thing with these platforms. You can marry yourself to these platforms all you want to. But even if something happens to their platform, what you going to do? That will put your lifeline in somebody else's hands. So you have to be constantly diversified, and there's many different platforms and so much technology that's out here today to make sure that your wealth, you understand me, is constantly hedged, to make sure that your business is constantly hedged, to where even that when things go wrong, like how are you going to make a pivot? How are you going to make the shift? Right? Like I never look at, let me go find who to blame for my failures or who to blame for my lack of success. I'm always figuring out what did not do in order to set myself up to see this ahead of time, right? Like if we cross over this conversation right now into, wealth, the same thing applies, saying that how the hell we diversify, how do we in different countries, right? And right now we have the Internet of Things and we have the Internet of Value, right? And this Internet of Value, of course, allows us to transfer value, right? Very fast between person to person without little to no middleman. And once we start having these sort of tools, then all we need is imagination. Then all we need is creativity, because the tools have already been created. But how we utilize the tools is where we start to lack a foundation of proper thinking. Even if we utilize, let's say we look at Clubhouse. Clubhouse comes with a language, right? It says PTR, people click to clap their hands. And I was speaking upon this earlier in the lecture, and these are the things that you get that start to create a culture, start to create rituals, right? That you move around. And the better you are at getting acclimated to this culture, the less creative you become. Instead of looking at these platforms as a blank slate and saying that this is how I'm going to utilize it. And those who figure out how to innovate it and do what everybody else not doing, then they're able to have exponential growth because they become the innovators. And time always catches up with the innovators, and you reap the most benefits and the rewards. So if you know these things are already happening, and we ask particular questions to get reference thought to see how everybody else handled it, instead of going within ourselves. As I hear conversations about astrology, I hear conversations about us being divine guys, this and that. Everybody has the greatest articulation on what they want to be, but they don't have the greatest level of execution in showing who they are. Mm-hmm. And these are two completely different things, because we become a highly informed society to where it's like Neo plugging into the Matrix and getting all the information downloads. You understand me? But he don't know how to execute nothing. He can't bend matter. He can't bend things to its existence. So you become a very informed, an overly informed society that doesn't know how to do anything, right? You paralyzed by your information that you have, but you don't know where to start, how to become creative. So it's our creative intelligence and agency that's going to be the most important, because the apps, the phones, right, the internet, all of these things have been built already. So why are we still trying to utilize them like everybody else? Why are we dealing with the ramifications of utilizing them like everybody else, like everyone else, right? But then you consider yourself to be of a higher status, of a higher intelligence. That's not proven in our action. So we have to take a step back, and we have to reconstruct and audit ourselves on our thinking, and as we design our movements into this particular world. And I'm a person that knows how to design my movements. I don't even know when I do or don't get shadow banned. I don't get too many complaints from social media, Instagram, whatever it may be, because I'm constantly navigating all the time, right? The brother gave you a very good word. What was it? Subvert? The good brother Chuck T. And I always say every level of consciousness comes with a new language. Every level of consciousness comes with a new language. So, and that language gives you the ability to express yourself. So as you are growing into other levels, you should be learning different ways to execute, different ways to move upon this world. If we're talking about keys to Zion with the good sister Sophia, Stewart, owner and creator of the Matrix, we have to ask ourselves, what are you owning and creative of in your own matrix, right? Because the idea of this matrix is still someone else's thought. And we start to filter ourselves by other people's thoughts instead of saying that, damn, shit, they got a mind, I got a mind, right? That make us equal in ability to create and produce. And that's not how we start to operate. We start to operate to where we only reference other people's thoughts so we can follow the rules of their engagement, and we can pattern ourselves off of them. So the tools are here, the space is here, the time is now, right? And you have to make a decision to where you educate, then you execute. You understand me? But with all this information and all of these tools, a lot of these questions that we have start to seem mundane when you have the tool right in your hand to answer it all.
I got a question for you, Brother Keys. A question and a comment. And I think maybe I should make my comment first. Then, can you hear me, Brother Keys? I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me. Okay. I think I should make my comment first, then submit to you my question, because I want to get your complete understanding on something, because I'm just the opposite on your thinking with regards to your statement you made regarding the Trump situation. I think that the government entities that we see is kind of like, right, the institutions that's built in the matrix, the agents and all of that. They all have one common goal, one likeness, to control the people and manipulate the people. And I think Trump came in to to disrupt. You did use that, but you used it from the standpoint that how the Trump supporters are more like the Agent Smith, and how he gathered his army to because he wanted to come against them. Where I think it's more so Trump was trying to come and disrupt them to wake people up, because he came in talking about stuff like the fake media. No one even understood. Those people that were asleep never even understood the concept of what the fake media was. That people were so inclined to believe everything that the media and stuff was saying. And I think the attack was against Trump because he was trying to wake people up and trying to show them a different perspective on what's really going on in the world versus what we see on a day-to-day basis. And that's the reason I think they began.
Hold on 1 second, bro. Good brother. I don't mean to cut you off. 1 second. I'll let Brother Keys address your question. I just talked to Divine Mother Sophia Stewart. She will be in the room in 10 minutes. We letting her get comfortable, and she'll be in the room in 10 minutes. You can go ahead and proceed, Brother Keys, with your response.
Okay, so I think my from the standpoint, his whole, and this is my opinion, he came in with the perspective of trying to awaken people and show them what's really going on in the world versus what we have come to believe and what we have come to accept. In the Matrix, right, the world that we live in today, everybody being plugged in, is the people that we see that are not unplugged. The people that I believe became the Trump supporters were the people that were being unplugged, that were saying, wait a minute, you're right. Every single news channel that I turn on, they're saying the same thing. Wait a minute, you are right. Look at these rules and regulations that our government is passing. They're pedophiles, and they're accepting pedophilia, and they're legalizing transgenders to do different various things. They're forcing this on our children. And these are the things that Trump, I believe, my opinion, was trying to show people. So my question to you is, where do you come up with your perspective? Why do you believe that Trump is Agent Smith, and that the Trump supporters are the people that he essentially was sticking his hand into and waking them up to believe his thoughts, versus him being more so like a Neo, trying to go and wake people up so that they can see the clear vision of what's really going on in the real world? Because I believe the world today is asleep. Word up. He was trying to show us that we're asleep, and that he was trying to help us to see the variations between the two. So, Keys, I want to get your perspective. My question to you is, how do you define why you believe what you believe versus what I'm saying, what I think my opinion of what Trump was?
Two things can be true at once. It's a very interesting when you get to the orange man, Mr. Trump. Number one, I think, and this is not to you or anybody else in this room, but, we always look for a white savior, right? So it's easy for us to find one. And Donald Trump was a disruption. I look at him as a symbol. I look at him for what it was, right? We are now in the results of Donald Trump, and he now has a collection of power that is disrupting this particular government, and they're working to undo the legacy of his disruption from this current regime that we have in power. Now, in my statement in referencing Donald Trump like Agent Smith, it was basically saying that, it'd be different if a black man did it that wasn't a child of the Matrix. He a child of that system, right? His father was racist, his mother, they all a child of that institution. He doesn't have a lineage, right, of being a disruptor in his family legacy. But he also doesn't come from that same family blood, right, from that goes back, that created the institutions of the United States of America. But he was able to manipulate the system because he understood how the Matrix worked. He understood that people were dumb, and that he can utilize that collective ignorance to galvanize his own power and his own reasoning. For the idea that Trump is some man that had these super intelligent ideas, and he wanted to be the man that brought down pedophilia and all of that different things, that's for QAnon to deal with. You understand me? But to me, and I only deal with the results of it, right? I'm looking at the results and the reality of America. As the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan first broke it down, he said that Trump was going to be the unraveling of America. You understand me? Because he was not of that same thread, of that same family killed. So for me, it don't matter what his thoughts were, what his agenda, what his plan were, right? I still see him as a megalomaniac. I still see him as a narcissist. I still see him as Donald Trump, the pedophile, right? Regardless of all of the other stuff that people try to put on him. And I think that that's more the more dangerous thing is that we trying to, it's like taking a saint that rapes little boys and then say, well, he also saves people. And it's like, no, you can see.
What about the news? What about the news in the election? If he never said nothing, would we think the news is real? Or
hold on, let me finish real quick.
Let him finish.
When we look at all of that, I take all of that into account, which is the very reason I said that he was a disruption in the first place, right? He gave us fake news. He gave us a disruption. He gave us showing even about taxes. He broke down a multitude of different things for those who have eyes to see and ears to listen. You understand me? And for those who still don't understand the fabric of America, even his Trump supporters are wholly stupid, a lot of them, and they still don't understand what they're dealing with right now, right? And so the reality of the institution of America, the government, is made for the people that's in power to fight, while the people that's out of power are picking a side. Facts. You understand me? And the way I look at it is Donald Trump he don't even matter in this conversation, right? He was a symbol that had a result when it entered into this matrix, when it entered into the equation, and now we live in the result of that. And now it's time for us to say that what the hell are we gonna disrupt, what we gonna create, what we gonna build. But for us to take so much time and to even give glorification to his legacy demeans all of the work that we've been doing for all of these years that's going to actually produce something for us in the first place. So when I talk about him being a child of the Matrix, I'm just saying that he a white man that disrupted a white system, but he's still not trying to build anything for black folks. He's still not trying to build anything, for our people of any righteous magnitude. And fake news, all of that stuff still aligned with, his identity and his agenda that he wanted. Do I believe he was some God-sent goddamn angel that was supposed to change the world for people?
Very well said, level? Man. Very well said.
I believe that his destiny was for him to do what he did, and that he was used, right, based on the way reality has to work things out. But I don't look at his personality and his character and create another white savior that help black people so that we can integrate our consciousness and re-believing our constitution of thought that, oh, wait a minute, these devils ain't so bad. These 1% men, actually, some of them come to save us. Nah. And I think that that's a dangerous rhetoric to spill. Mm-hmm. You understand me? If I'm going to have that conversation, then and that's why I brought up, the nation and Zion and all of that, but we still get fixated on Trump. Like, let's have a conversation about what the black guys are doing, how we advance on the technologies and constitutions that we're doing, but simultaneously how their world is in disruption. You understand me? The young are fighting the old, right? They're at war with each other right now. And what does this regime need to do? Multitude of different things, because China is a superpower, and they trying to figure out how the fuck do they get their shit back in control. So they need to figure out a war to unite the American people. Last time they did that, and they had white folks as the face of terrorism, was pre 9/11, and before 9/11, hold on. Before 9/11, they had Timothy McVeigh, right? And he was destroying government buildings and things of that nature. But here's the thing: you have those who come to wake us up and those who come to wake them up. You understand me? But what to what resort and what magnitude? I do believe that there's a lot where the black conscious community align with the conservative views that white folks have against the government, or that they have, period. That when we start to stare at things from a racial lens, a low level of observation, then that's when we have an issue. But I don't have an issue there. I just see things as they are, the results that produce from them, but then simultaneously saying why their world is in disruption, why they trying to wake each other up, whatever the hell going on over there. What are we building? And my energy will be lost. My intellect will be lost. And this time spent in this conversation will be lost if I have a conversation on the symbol that Donald Trump is, rather than the substance that we can build with each other.
Right. We don't need to put our energy into that, because one of the reasons why we fell in the first place was because while we were at war with each other, they were advancing. And right now the script is flipped. They're at war with each other. Now it's time for us to advance. We don't have to worry about Donald Trump. We don't have to worry about anyone else. We need to see who's doing the work. And if we're not doing it, the people that are organized, we need to align with them. It's that simple.
Okay, but so my only reason for mentioning Trump was based on the view of what you said, and when you made my point even clearer though, because okay, I agree with you. As black men and women, we as brothers and sisters, we need to come collectively and unite together and figure out a way that we can infiltrate the system to where it benefits us. The problem is, I don't see that we have done that, right? And a lot of people are going to be mad when I say this. We praised Obama, but Obama did more harm to black African Americans than any other president that I've seen in the last 40 years, bro.
Nobody disagrees.
Hold on, let me finish.
That's bullshit.
Okay, see, we have our pro-Obama people, and that's fine, but let me finish what I'm saying. I'm going off facts, off regulations that was passed, off things that we've seen come from the top all the way to the bottom. And if you've done any research, you would agree with me also. But I'm not going to go into that because I'm not here to put down any brothers and sisters. But my point is, when you talk about people standing up to the dragon, to China, you know, the power horse, that was the only person that I seen that was willing to risk it all. And it wasn't about black or white. It was about people as a whole. It was about waking up the American culture to what's going on. That we're really being ruled and regulated by a country that's thousands of miles away that don't really have nothing to do with us, because we have secret entities built on the inside that's handing over our government. And so it was more to me that he was the only person. It's not about Trump. It's about who's standing up for people as a whole, as mankind. Okay. And from a mankind perspective, I know y'all probably think, well, we got to get together ourselves. But the only way we can make it is as mankind as a whole end up getting together. We're so segregated and separated because that's how we were brought up. Black versus white, green versus this.
Well, we doing new stuff over here. I'm a part of a whole different dialogue. We don't even need a lot. Everybody catching up to what was doing a long time ago. So we don't talk about the pilgrim. The pilgrim don't got nothing to do with me feeding my daughter. Word to my mother, I'm over here because of Sophia Stewart. I don't want to hear nothing about no pilgrims. I just bought my daughter a 3D printer. I want to talk about science fiction and producing a script so we could tell the future. I don't want to hear nothing about no pilgrims.
That's close-minded, bro.
This ain't no dominance hierarchy. I'm going to get up tomorrow and work to my mother. Work to my mother, I'm going to get up tomorrow and ain't got to say nothing about no cracker. Crazy?
Yeah, hey, listen. I can't wait for this.
That part.
We have a even greater dialogue. Listen, the brother said something though. And he said for mankind, and you have to understand that we not mankind. You understand me? We are man. And that's where the greater comes from. You understand me? They create things to maintain the rule, artificial intelligence, artificial insemination, and artificial ingredients and foods, right? But we are the original man on this planet Earth. We are immortal. Their time will come and it will be gone. They'll continue to be here. So therefore, we don't have a complex to figure out that we're running out of time. No, we are here forever.
One thing is this, right? Yeah, we here honoring and celebrating the life and the legacy and the contributions of a oracle, you know, a great elder amongst us to give us. She gave us the blueprint. She gave us the eyes to see what it is that we need to see. And for those of us who have mastered that lesson, have been able to navigate throughout this matrix, you know, we created this platform so she can come forward and share what it is in terms of her insight that we can attest to has paid off. You know what I'm saying? We could attest to the fact that, you know, she was an oracle with her vision. So, you know, Sir Bay, let's reset the room and get ready to bring the oracle in and let her do what she do.
Absolutely appreciate that, OG. I'm speaking to Mother Sophia right now. She's having a hard time getting in. 1 second here.
Yo, I gotta say that last week, I did ask Mother Oracle about all of this, and she said, focus on you and the things that make you happy. So everything y'all are saying, listen, is good, it's great philosophical thought, it's beautiful, but we also have to empower ourselves before we can talk about empowering the community. Not saying that the people in here specifically are not that way, not that they don't see that God within, because I see a lot of brothers and sisters that I know up in here who are amazing people. But, just to save a possible, question for even Mother Sophia about all of this, when I brought up all that, she was like, yo, focus on your happiness. And shout out to 19 Keys. I'm a member of BWO. If y'all ain't tapped into BWO, you sleeping. But,
Hey, a real quick interjection. Just take yourself out of the corporation. Cool. You ain't got to trip off no, Albions and nothing like that. They not even the problem. What they doing is they steal. Every one of them stole from you, Obama. Whoever was in office, they still stealing behind your back.
The government's been doing that since the inception of this country, brother. Ain't nothing changed.
Exactly. Yeah, but I'm saying is, once you take yourself out of that situation, you don't have nothing to worry about.
And like I said before, let's just focus on everybody doing the individual work. We all do our individual shadow work. We all worry about mastering ourselves, and then we can come together.
Hey, can you guys do me a favor? Can you guys ping Divine Mother Sophia Stewart? I don't know what's going on.
I'll do it.
All right, yeah, it's doing the same thing that it was doing to me. She's having a hard time getting in, but she's trying to get in as we speak. Did she update the app? There was an app update? That's what happened?
Yeah. If she ain't on the Wi-Fi, then it probably ain't update automatically.
So should she hop on Wi-Fi or cut her Wi-Fi off?
No, the best thing to do is close the app and then she's in the building. She's here now, y'all.
Okay.
All right.
Beautiful. I'll just bring her on up. Any of the moderators can bring her up. Okay, I got you, Queen Mother.
Hello, this is Sophia.
Hey,
yes, greetings.
Hello,
Blessings, greetings.
Hello.
Someone, Chris pinged me, and that's how I got to come on. He pinged me, and I grabbed it really quick and came on.
Happy to have you. Welcome.
Yes, and finally, thanks.
Yeah, the servers have been acting up. From what I understand, there was a new app update. I didn't even get the app update, but it looks like things are coming together smoothly. We've been just introducing people. I went over your biography. You missed that, but I edified you in relation to your accomplishments. And tonight we're here for some powerful information, some powerful dialogue. Let me go ahead and bring you up right here. Okay, so you're a moderator.
Yeah, say hello to the red and blue and 19 Keys. How you guys doing?
Doing amazing, Mama. Excellent.
And like the few things that stand out for her is like, her joy, like her energy, her absolute love for every single person that she seems to be in contact with. And she's dancing on the floor, like enjoying the hell out of herself, but not paying attention to anybody. She doesn't need to have anyone's attention. She's
cousin wanted to ask me a question, and I waited like for at least 20 minutes trying to find out what the question is. Never found out what the question is.
What's his name?
He's probably listening. I hope he is. You know what I'm saying? I forgot his name, but he's Chris's cousin. I don't know him. I know Chris. Okay. And just put me on the phone with him.
Okay, well, I'll turn the hand raising on. The way we're going to do it, we're going to have a panel discussion first with the moderators, and we'll bring a few different people up and rotate them as they come in and comment or question. We'll have a Q&A portion, and we're going to have if you have a pitch or a creative idea, we'll have that. No particular order, we'll go with the flow. What I want to say about all the political talk, it's a necessary talk, but at the end of the day, I always say from my perspective, if you think your life is getting better or worse because Trump or Biden, you're not even in the game. You're not even in the game. If you think your life is getting better or worse because of who's sitting in that CEO seat, it's the same. It's like, is your life getting better or worse because the CEO of McDonald's? So at the end of the day, it's about self-actualization. It's about actualizing your purpose and actually executing. And now is a greater time than ever. I'm 38 years old. When I was coming up, A lot of you are 20, 25, 19, 18, whatever. I didn't have this type of power. We didn't have this type of accessibility and resources available to us. You guys are getting, $1 million worth of game and information right here on this app. And right now we have the source creator, the owner, franchise owner and creator of the Terminator and the Matrix. He's a seer, an oracle, a master writer, a master author. I mean, the list goes on. So, I just want everybody to keep in mind that, this isn't going to be something that's going to be a regular thing. Her time is very precious and very valuable. So we don't want to waste her time. We want to be effective. Get your notepads out. Want to take notes. If you have a question, think about the question, and we'll open up the floor, and I'll make announcements here and there. So we'll start it with Brother Blue Pill, because I know Blue got to run in about an hour. So Blue, do you have any questions, dialogue, or comments that you want to ask Queen Mother while we kick it off?
I think that one of the main questions that might be on people's minds is that they are seeing a new project that is coming into fruition by Warner Brothers, and it's titled Matrix 4. And we've also, we've heard the Oracle speak about the Matrix 4. And for some people who are not able to make the distinction, there might be some confusion. So I wanted to hear from her, was there any input that she had on the upcoming Warner Brother projects, Matrix 4, and if not, are we collectively boycotting that? What is her stance on the latest project?
I'm glad you brought that up, Blue Pill. That's excellent, because that is not the Matrix. They can't even use the title, the Matrix 4 anymore. I'm pretty sure the FBI told them they cannot use the title. That's why you don't see any trailers, because they're supposed to have finished this a long time ago and pushed it back to 21 and pushed it back to 22, then brought it back to 21. And I sent it out to a lot of people, and I want to read to people so they can be perfectly clear, because I've been feeding these people since 2010. It's 11 years, the fourth installment of The Matrix, the real fourth installment of The Matrix. Not any kind of garbage. Do you see what I'm talking about? But the real Matrix, and it doesn't take you 19 years to figure that out. The Matrix, last Matrix movie was in 2003. The continuation has been going on since 11 years. People have been reading the book around the whole globe. The fourth installment, the real. Now, this is what Warner Brothers said. They said they were going to give you guys a Matrix story. They didn't say they were going to give you the Matrix. They said they were going to give you a Matrix story. And here's the Matrix story. Warner Brothers Pictures is casting the main villain of the movie, Agent White. There is no Agent White. You do remember Agent Smith, though, don't you? So they got an Agent White who pursues a young woman played by Jessica Henwick, who can interfere or interface with the Matrix. Hendrick is the female lead alongside Yahya Abdul Mateen the third, or the second or third, who is reportedly playing the son of Morpheus. There is no son of Morpheus. Morpheus never had a son, and Niobe. They never had a son. And recently a rumor made the rounds that Mad Mikkelsen was the top choice to play Agent White. Keanu Reeves is returning as Neo, who is apparently living inside the Matrix with no memory of who he really is, led to believe he is the CEO of a video game company that creates the popular Matrix franchise, and married to a program made to resemble Carrie-Ann Moss Trinity, who is also returning alongside Jada Pinkett Smith as Niobe, Lambert Wilson as Daenerys Vision. That is not the Matrix. If that's the Matrix, then you guys don't know what the Matrix is. And does that sound like the Matrix to you guys?
Absolutely.
That sounds like a watered down Hollywood
Not at all.
version.
That storyline sounds whack.
That sounds like a Matrix.
Can I make a comment as well? I just read an article last night, and it was saying that they technically don't have a title for this particular project. They said that they put they put a fly.
That they don't. The FBI told them they can't. The FBI told them they can't use the Matrix or the fourth installment to use the name. It's counterfeiting. It's counterfeiting copyrights. I own the copyrights to all the movies. It's counterfeiting. But go on and tell them how they have to change their name. That's what the problem is. Tell them what you were just saying about how they have to change everything.
Blue, you in the building still?
Indeed.
No, she was saying,
she was saying, keep going on what she was talking about.
Yeah,
somebody was reading the article. She said about the article. Somebody was just reading it. Yeah, that's.
Oh yes, I was saying that I was reading the article, and they were saying that they don't have a active name for this project. They don't have a conceptual name, so they just put a flyer out, and the flyer was saying Matrix, not even the Matrix. And they were like, "Oh, are they going to make the biggest Hollywood mistake and attempt to rename this project in line with the franchise?" Because there's other Hollywood projects they're saying that have borrowed from the original names. And, you know, they was just saying that would be bad marketing. But you know how they're going to trump a story up. But technically, this project does not have a name on it.
It doesn't have a name because it's counterfeiting and they cannot use it. And the FBI told them they cannot use that and counterfeit my copyrights. And that's what they're pissed off about. And they offered me $30 million if they read the Matrix 4 book. They offered me, Warner Brothers, $30 million for the shooting script to the fourth installment. So what does that tell you guys? That tells you that they cannot write the Matrix. It's visionary work. There's a lot of people, 600 or 700 people on here, and a lot of people have read the fourth installment, and they know it's no way Warner Brothers and Andy and Larry Wachowski, who are confused. They're confused because they don't know who they are. They're wearing dresses because they're confused and don't know who they are. They're confused that they wrote The Matrix and Terminator. And they have never had no sex change. And they never had no name changes. And they've been lying to the LGBT community. They've been lying. Andy Wachowski is still married to his wife of 21 years or 22 years. Larry has a girlfriend, a dominatrix. He divorced his wife. How do I know this? Because when I was in the court case with them, I asked their lawyers to put in the name change and the sex change, and they could not put it in. They told the judge there is no name change and no sex change. So their names went into the court as Andy and Larry Wachowski. On the internet, they're Lena, and Lily. And they're clowns, and they're liars. And they've told so many lies. I can't wait till the LGBT community put them to the test and ask for the name change and the sex change. They committed felonies. When you commit a felony, you will never get a legal name change in a federal court or any courts. So you people out there need to wake up and unplug from the Matrix. And the Matrix, if you're confused as to who has been talking and going into the courts with the FBI there, 5 FBI agents and marshals with guns on, they did not show up. Their lawyers didn't show up because they would be arrested. Now, if I was counterfeiting their work, the last time I looked, my skin pigmentation was black, and my ass would be on every national television station for counterfeiting because I sell Matrix and Terminator around the world. Thanks. Before the Matrix movie and Terminator movie came out, Terminator came out in 84, October the 26th, and Matrix came out March the 31st, 1999. It doesn't take you 19 years. The last movie, 2003, doesn't take you 19 years to figure out what the hell is going on here? If black people were counterfeiting, you would know all about it. Anytime you counterfeited a white or Jew's property, your ass would be in jail, if not shot and dead like they kill the black people on the streets now, the cops. The Ku Klux Klansmen who were put on the blue uniforms, and the Ku Klux Klan's judges, which I got one recused of, put on the black robes, and the senators and politicians with the Brooke Brothers suits on, KKK, Dixiecratic, KKK.
Facts.
Like Tupac said to Jim Belushi, when Jim Belushi said, well, you know, we got to go catch these killers. Tupac said, we are the killers. They are the racists. The Dixiecratic are the racists. If you don't think they're racist, you're going to find out pretty soon what they really are about. Because people can laugh in your face and stab you in the back. But let me tell you, the true colors of what someone really is going to come out. And it ain't going to take you long to unplug from the matrix. I just told you. Why do I have to do this over and over when you see on the screen in the Matrix, which won 4 Oscars, my work belongs to me because they didn't buy the work. They don't own the copyrights. When you go to the lawsuit, you're filing for damages, not for ownership. The judge already know who owns it before you even get into the courts. You have to put that ownership in there to get the money. They never put nothing into the court. They never even came to even challenge my copyrights, challenge me at all. And if you don't come in to defend or challenge, you lose by default. And you better believe I got 2 default judgments in 1 court case. And it only took 7 years. Not no 20, not no 30, not no 40 years.
Queen, let her finish speaking. Don't interrupt.
No, because she called me here.
Go ahead, Divine Mother.
Yes. I want people to know it doesn't take all that stuff on the internet. It's the only place they can lie to you and confuse you. For the first time in your lives, they wrote about me in the Los Angeles Sentinel that Sophia Stewart is going to come out with the first black science fiction with black people in leadership role dedicated to Muhammad Ali, who was a living superhero on the earth at that time. And look at all the black people. And the white guys, the agents, are the bad guys. Nowhere in white science fiction, Star Wars, or Superman, Batman, Iron Man, Spider-Man, or Rocky saving the world, or the white people in their science fiction, they are not the bad guys. They are the white guys saving the world, and there are no black people in leadership role. If there are any black people, they come in the beginning of the movie, the first 10 minutes of the movie, you missed that, they didn't kill the black person up because they caused them some kind of problem. But they were never, ever in leadership role. When the black teenager in 2015 or 2016 tried to come on in Star Wars as black leadership, they got pissed off.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
To change it from a white science fiction. And you look at Matrix. Look at all the black people in Matrix. Do I need to give you pictures of all the black people? They don't even claim the first Matrix in the 4 Oscars. They're trying to whitewash it with 2 and 3 and claim 2 and 3. But you guys are so busy trying to help them with their lives that you guys have missed the most important thing that I've given you historically. That black people are owners in leadership role. When they came in and they called in the Ku Klux Klan to kill the people in Oklahoma City because they did not want our money. They did not want our money. We started economically trading with each other and we became millionaires. But they wanted your money. So what did they do? They didn't integrate you. They integrated your money. You became a black consumer. And your money makes them millionaires and billionaires. And they wanted to keep you that. You couldn't buy a ball club. You couldn't buy anything. You couldn't even become an owner. because all they wanted was your money. They didn't want you to become independent. They wanted you to say, oh, I want to join you. I want to be you. But all they were going to get was your money. It's all about economics. They're fighting each other right now. It ain't got nothing to do with you. It ain't nothing to do with slavery back in the day. Nothing to do with that.
Divine Mother, let the mic breathe, Divine Mother. Let the mic breathe. Divine Mother, we have another special guest as well. He's the illustrator and a sculptor for Marvel. He actually sculpted and illustrated the Black Panther that we now have fashioned in comic books and movies. Brother Mike T, do you have a question for the Divine Mother, Sophia Stewart?
I'm just excited to be here. I'm so excited to meet you. I can't tell you how transformative The Matrix #1 was to me. Like I saw that movie, and I'm going to be 53 years old this year. So like that movie for me was like when I was little and I walked out of the theater after seeing Star Wars the first time. It changed everything. So as a creative, I do stuff for movie posters and digital 3D sculptures and things like that.
Yeah, PTR. I put your Black Panther your Black Panther 2D up on my picture right there. So yeah,
that's Chuck. That's Chuck speaking.
Yeah, I'm scared to PTR because I don't want to get bumped out of here. But I'm just I can't even believe I'm in the room with you. That's all. I just want to thank you for the inspiration.
Do you have a question that you want to ask me? Something you want to ask about the work? Because this is the first time that we get our Black science fiction with Black leadership, and everybody should be very proud of that. That we have superheroes, not the Black Panther, that's the African superhero. I gave you the Black superheroes in 1999, and the late Julian Barnes called me up and congratulated me, and he said that he had read the Los Angeles Sentinel where it was talking about how these Black kids this work would inspire them to become president of the United States. And I know that's what my work did for Obama and why he got elected.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
so
I do have a question.
Yes. No, I was just saying they cannot take the Matrix from you. They cannot sit up there and lie and claim something that's outside of them. And they don't want to claim one because it's too Black and they're the bad guys. But they want to whitewash 2 and 3 and kill off Morpheus, kill off Neo, and kill off Trinity. And not even explain that they're dead. And one woman said she had a problem with that because she said, how can you bring back the ones that are not dead and bring back ones that are dead and not bring back the ones that was living in the last movie? Which she made sense. How you bringing back the dead, but you're not bringing back the ones that survived?
Yeah. Well,
that's deep.
Super deep. Super bars.
Very deep. It's very deep.
Brother Mike T, did you have a question?
Yeah, we want to know if we can do an animated movie for her.
Yeah, Chuck's hijacking my question. I was going to ask when can we
Okay. Well, you guys work together, so yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
You want to know what now?
I want to know when can we talk to you about working on an animated movie of whatever your next vision is?
Well, that is the fact that I'm going to do The Matrix 4 in animation. That's a fact because of COVID-19. And you guys heard Tom Cruise cursing and ranting and raving because he was losing $600,000 a day. And he was one of the executive producers on Mission Impossible 7, I think it is. And if one person gets sick on there, the investors lose their money and they shut down. So I was thinking about doing The Matrix 4 in animation, and you're absolutely right. That would be the vehicle to go with. and that will be phenomenal. And streaming, because Amazon is competing with Netflix, and they want to be number one. They may have billions and trillions of dollars, but Netflix has been around for a long time, and it has the catalog that Amazon likes. It doesn't have. Mm-hmm. So we may be able to approach Amazon for the fourth installment in animation and streaming, because that would put Amazon on a different plateau, a different level of streaming, because we have 7 billion people. And I talked about this in my interviews. I've been interviewing nonstop since 2001. I've been in the media with my pictures from 1978 onwards. I just used to work for Channel 13. I'm from New York City. Used to work for the studios, Columbia Pictures. That's right on Warner Brothers lot, Columbia Pictures. Used to work for a Beverly Hills law firm that had 50 attorneys. And so what I'm telling you, I've been in the media business for a long time. And I know how everything is ran, and I know how all of this works. And so, yes, you would want to do Matrix 4 in animation. You want to stream, because we have 7 billion people. Streaming is going to be the next big deal. IBM and Xerox lost that because they didn't know what a mouse, which is internet. Had no idea what internet was the future. Now, Amazon and Netflix is going to be the next big thing with streaming. And I talked about this because I said Hollywood was going to go out of style, go out of business. They were going to have all their old thrift all their equipment in the old equipment is in the thrift stores, because virtual reality was coming in. I was talking about the virtual skateboards, the virtual penal system. I've been talking about this for 11 years, that I had a virtual company, and that you need to get a virtual company. And that everybody in the future was walking around with this thin 6x9 tablet that was everything. I was talking about 5G before you guys even heard of 5G commercially. Because the government, before you guys even knew anything about it. I said in my interviews that everything was going to become one. That when you touched that tablet, 6x9 that everybody carried, it was going to be your school. It was going to be your movie theater, your television, your music, your job. Everything was going to become one once the satellites come into play, and they could zoom in like the enemy of the states with Will Smith. They would be able to videotape you committing a crime. There would be no privacy. They will zoom in on you, videotape you. They will send drone transporters to come and pick you up, because those transporters are going to be bigger. And they're drones because they're unmanned. Man is going to lose a lot of jobs. And this is just the beginning. And what you need to do is adapt into these new jobs, new technology, new companies that are coming. I was talking about this for 11 years, and people were reading about it in the Matrix 4 book. Nothing ever dies or go away, just something comes and takes the place of it. Just like when the people was in the horse and buggies, and they didn't want to give that up. The cars just took the place of those horse and buggies. And then the buses, and then the trains, and then the planes, and so forth. So we can come into this new paradigm, this new world, with greater things. We are the co-creators. We co-create with God. We have some of the most magnificent gifts in the world. But the problem is, we are haters of ourselves. Thanks. We learn to love the wealth of the wicked and hate ourselves. Yeah. Hate ourselves so much that it's blocking our creativity. And why do people have to be haters, people of color? Why? There is no competition. There is nothing but opportunities everywhere. And no two things is going to be competing with each other. There's always going to be something in demand, something that everybody needs and everybody wants. So we all can make millions and billions and trillions of dollars. And we need to support each other because this new paradigm, this new world is coming. It's trading places like you saw with Eddie Murphy, the movie. Go look at it again.
Wealth transfer.
Trading places. What was at the bottom rises to the top. What was at the top goes to the bottom. In Ecclesiastic, the Bible said there's a time for everything. A time to cry, a time to be happy. Do you understand? A time to be rich and a time to be poor. A time to be sad, a time to be happy and joyful. Do you see what I'm saying? So now this is our time to be owners, to be co-creators, to really show the gifts that God has put in us and build this new world, this new paradigm that's coming, because those people that was on top, they're at the bottom and they're sinking every day. And guess what? They're not coming back. It's going to be a big shocker and surprise for a lot of people, especially Biden and Kamala. It's going to be some big surprises because they think they can go back to the past. The past is gone. Gone. You only have right now to start creating what you're going to do in the future. Right here, right now, start creating your new businesses because you guys are owners. Let them fight over economics. Let them fight over the money that they fought over in 1865. They never was about freeing you because you were free already. It was only a few people they had kidnapped, 12 years a slave, and changed their names. If everybody was slaves, then there would be no need to change your name and change your identity and identify you with a plantation. No, you were kidnapped, and it didn't take no 8,000 miles. Nobody goes 8,000 miles to the continent of Africa to bring you over here when people are everywhere, all over the whole globe. And you have to go through 4,000 ports to get fresh water and food. Google it while I'm talking. Google everything while I'm speaking. What kind of ship would you have that you got to go back and forth 8,000 miles to bring somebody to America? That's the biggest joke that was ever lied or told. People was everywhere. Ships went into every port and brought people back and kidnapped people. And they're still kidnapping you. You don't think the military blew up a lot of bases, underground operations to rescue women and children that's been kidnapped? What do you think happened when the economy shut down and all the borders shut down? They went out of business, those pedophiles and those sex traffickers, because they couldn't get nobody across the border. They couldn't feed anybody. What do you think is going on when it's shut down? They can't make any money. They can't do the grafts and sex and all the prostitution and so forth that they were doing.
Biden just opened the border.
Yeah, you think man shut them down? Dream on. It was God that shut that down. Man never shuts down economics and making money.
And
but you didn't think about that, did you? That when those borders were closed and they couldn't kidnap anybody, couldn't steal anybody, couldn't prostitute, couldn't sell, couldn't do the thing that they were doing. And guess what? They were losing money. If you think Hollywood is not the big cabal of pedophiles and a lot of wicked stuff, go back in the Bible when Moses went to get the law and they were fornicating and doing all kinds of stuff and worshiping gold, money, and doing everything. And God says they can't even go into the new. You can't take the old into the new. They can't even come into the promised land. They can't even come into the new land. He told Moses to just take them around in a circle for 40 years until they die out, because only the kids can come into the promised land. They're not going to bring that wicked stuff Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what Sodom and Gomorrah is? Sodomizing and Gundaria. That's right. Sodom and Gomorrah, the twin cities. Go look it up. Sodomizing and Gundaria. Because sodomizing brings diseases. Exactly. It had nothing to do with you loving somebody else of another sex. It was the lovers of men. Lovers of men meant selfishness. That's what it meant. That you would only be in love with yourself. Narcissism. That's what it meant. It meant the end of life. Because life was continuous. It was all about the seeds. The man and the woman in the union and the continuation of the seed in the matrix, the womb. And that God says that life will never end, that it would always continue. That's what the atom, atom, not the Adama, not a man, but the atom was all about. The circle, the cycle of life was forever. And it would never be broken and it would never be end. 6 feet apart, can't hold hands, can't kiss, can't love anybody, can't have sex, can't get married, can't have babies. Dollar Bill, Gates of Hell, Dr. Fossey, Foss, Pan, Death Merchants. What do they have? They got it patent. They got the coronavirus. They got a patent for the vaccine. Bill Gates, what did he do? He gave 100 people $100,000, and what did they? All of them drop dead. Every one of them died, but guess what? That money was for their funeral and their families.
Damn.
For the love of money. For the love of money? You need to hear this because it's a lot of bad things that are going on right in your face, hidden in plain sight, because if it's hidden in your face, you won't see it. And that's what they do. They hide the truth in your face because if they hid it from you, you'll go find it real quick and call them a liar. But if they put it right in your face, you won't see it because you know why? Denial is a really super tool. A lot of people will deny the truth, deny themselves, deny everything just so they can continue to do some trifling stuff.
That's why we in this now collectively. Absolutely, Divine Mother. Absolutely. And you hit it right on the head. Now we have also, it's only right if we have the blue pill, we also have to have the red pill. It's divine alignment. And I know you guys have a beautiful relationship. Brother Red Pill and Blue Pill, they have it.
Maybe it's too much information for some people.
Maybe it's
never.
Never. No, they need it.
You have to come awake at a crucial time. But if you don't wake up, you're going to find yourself in some places that you do not want to be in. And there's some people who are going to lead you there. And they're going to lead you there intentionally and leave you there. If you don't wake up and unplug out of the matrix, unplug out of the programming, unplug out of the lies. Because I asked God, I said, God, who is the devil? Because I know it's not this cloven hoof, this demon or that's described in the movies. Who is the devil? And God says, man. Man is the devil, the evil. And look at the word devil. It's an Ebonic word for the evil. Man is the devil, the evil, the beast that enslaves his own kind. Wow. That's what a devil is, an enslaver, an impeller of his own kind, leading you to hell. And what does he do? He comes to lie, kill, and steal, and blackmail. Did you hear what I just said? He comes to lie, kill, and steal. And if you would take your energy and keep it positive, he couldn't even touch you. That's right. He couldn't even touch you because in order for him to kill you, to get to you, he has to turn your energy into negative energy. He has to get you to lie. He has to get you to kill. He's got to get you to steal and blackmail. And then he'll tell you, I got you now. You're mine. Because you'll have to become him and his energy in order for him to get you. He cannot cross into positive energy. It's like a force field. Positive energy attracts positive things and positive situation, and it's a protector because it can only bring you other positive energy. When you start lying, killing, and stealing, and blackmailing, and going into the negative, going into the wrong direction, you left yourself open for all hell to come in and possess you.
Let that
I'm glad
sizzle.
I'm telling you this.
Let it sizzle in their
Nobody's
spirit.
told you. How do they get you?
I want to ask a question.
They get you because they got to make you into them.
Exactly. They got to
get us. They do. Get us to come to the cabal. They have the mixers. They have the little joint in, and they get you to do a lot of derogatory things, and they film you. So later on, they can blackmail you and control you to do whatever they want you to do. Yes, they find out what you want. They find out what your vices are. And they send someone to you. And when they get you corrupted, they got a lot of stuff on you so they can get you to do what they want you to do. Why do you think a lot of people killed themselves in Hollywood? Why do you think a lot of them got killed? While they were young, talented. You don't think a lot of them sold their souls? You need to think. And what did they sell their soul for?
Power on. Bluetooth pairing.
Sophia, you there?
You there, Divine Mother? I think we have a...
Went out when I was telling too much. When I was telling too much.
you know I be trying to delegate the energy because you already know you'll melt everybody's phones. We have the Red Pill in the building as well. Red, if you have any comments, commentary, any bricks you want to add to the pyramid with the Divine Mother, the floor is yours, brother.
I definitely do. I just want to add on that the Queen Mother is doing what she has always done as the Oracle, and that is to remind us of who we are and who we're not. And I also want to ask her, in lieu of what it is that you're saying, a lot of people in my community or in my network have been recently tapping in and speaking about them being under psychic attack and spiritual attack, and also coming out of 2020 where they were inundated with fear, right? And the the remnants of what fear can do, right? I feel that our community during the summertime, like you were saying, the tricks that the devil plays through the media and by getting us upset and riled up, they get us to lower our frequency. And by lowering our frequency, we tap into the 4 F's: fight, flight, fornicate, and freeze.
Yeah.
And
Facts.
there's currently an epidemic going on called the Minneapolis effect. And what they're calling the Minneapolis effect is the spike of murders and crime and you said theft, burglary, rape, murder, robbery, and all violent crimes in black neighborhoods specifically. The same black neighborhoods that had uprisings, the same black neighborhoods that were marching and chanting Black Lives Matter, the same neighborhoods that were doing negative affirmations about them not having peace. I can't breathe. So I feel that a humongous spell of magnitudes that people cannot really conceive, because they might not understand what chaos magic is, and they might not understand how the media has played tricks on our peoples from taking us into a positive space where we were during the lockdown, when people were sitting still and working on themselves and dealing with themselves and finding out who they really are, because they had time to actually slow down. And then after the summer, after the hoopla, and after our emotions were strung, we've been aimlessly wandering ever since. And people have been getting pulled in every single direction but the right way. So I just want to know from you, Queen Mother, what are some of the steps that we can take to help us that are being psychically attacked, spiritually attacked, and even those who feel like, something is feeding on us? We're feeling drained. Our energy is feeling drained. We feel tapped out. What is some of the what's some advice?
I was just telling people we're nothing but energy. We're energy, and if you do not keep your energy positive, and you let your frequency lower, and you change your frequencies by, like I told you, lying, killing, and stealing, and blackmailing, and doing wicked stuff or doing excessive stuff. If you're doing drugs to the excess, alcohol to the excess, lust to the excess, whatever you're doing is leading you further and further away from positive and good energy. In fact, the angels that surround you, they'll leave you, and then these demons and devils will come in and start tormenting you and telling you to go here and do this and whispering in your ears. That's because a lot of people have opened themselves and opened up portals and opened up doors and gateways on themselves. When you practice divination or you practicing or going in the wrong direction, well, you should expect it. Because if you dance to the music, you're going to have to pay to the piper. He's going to come to collect. Because if you ask him for something, whether it's for somebody that didn't want to be with you or for some money or whatever, he come to collect. He's coming to collect. So you open up yourself to that by what you're doing and by what you're getting. If you want to be protected, then you're going to have to put positive energy in your space. You're going to have to stop lying. You're going to have to stop killing if you're killing out there. You're going to have to stop doing evil towards others and thinking bad thoughts. You just going to have to change everything about yourself, like Saul to Paul, Paul to Saul. You might even have to change your name. And changing your name, vibrations also, because that's what it did with Napoleon Bonaparte. He added a E to his name, changed his vibrations, and he was elevated from a simple little captain to emperor of the world, and they couldn't touch him. They couldn't even kill him. That's how powerful it is when you change your energy and your frequencies. And they don't want you to know about that. That's what Tesla was teaching. They don't want you to know about that because you'll supersede them. You'll know how to get around the lies and the illusions that they keep you in fear with, false evidence appearing as real. Your whole story is just like the Wizard of Oz. Look at that name, Wizard. A wizard is nothing but a warlock, a witch. That's all a wizard is, a witch. That's all he... That's right, a wizard. It's true, but they won't tell you that. You're looking at the story. You need to go back and look at that movie so you can really understand it, because it's teaching you a lot about yourself and who you are and what you want and where you're willing to do and where you're willing to go. And it's also telling you that everything is inside of you. Everything you need, everything that's powerful is inside of you and not outside of you. The illusions and the lies are outside of you.
Thanks.
Everything that you're craving is outside of you. But what's inside of you is so powerful. When Whitney was singing that song, Whitney Houston, that was the most truthful song you've ever heard. You need to go back and read the lyrics and listen to the song, because she's telling you the greatest love is when you love yourself. Because if you can love yourself, you can love everybody, and you can elevate. And you can elevate others. But it's just so much hatred of self. Just like the rapper was saying, when they get you to love their wealth, they get you to hate what's inside of you. You don't even want to create. You want to just take a shortcut. You want to take the trinkets. When the white man went to the jungles, he brought the trinkets. The chief pulls off the real diamonds and the real gold around his neck and took the trinkets and gave the real gold and the real jewels and the real, and
That's
took
a
him
fact.
to the diamond mines and the rubber plantations and where the oil was and all the resources. And they didn't have any books in Africa because they didn't need any. It was all about counting. It was all about mathematics.
Math.
Every engineer, every architect, every inventor.
Got it, Sophia.
Yes.
I got a quick question. Because I was
who's speaking?
Mauritius, I mean, babe.
Okay, hold on, brother. Let her finish her thought, and then we're going to get a sister, and then we're going to go to D-Love, and then we'll come to you. So just follow that order.
All right, gotcha.
No, all I want, he's interrupted me already, and he didn't destroy the thought, because when I'm flowing, the truth is just coming out. And once somebody comes in there and interrupting, sometimes it's done intentionally, and sometimes the forces use people to do that.
He's gone.
So others won't the message.
He's gone.
No, I'm just, yeah. They can go ahead and ask the questions.
No, it's all good. We're gonna get a sister. Can we get a sister? If you have a comment, a thought, from after that, we're gonna go to Brother D-Love, and then after that, we're gonna go to Brother 19 Keys. So let's just please follow the order. So, do we have any questions or comments?
I have a comment actually. Just to
who's speaking?
This is Alicia.
Okay.
So
good.
I just want to affirm what Sophia says. She's absolutely right about the name change. It was over the summer where I had an epiphany, and the name Godrich had came to me. And, the Bible says a good name is everything. And it's because, it vibrates at a certain frequency, and you attract certain things based off of your name. So I just wanted to attest to what she was saying. That's all.
I just, if it's okay, I just wanted to just praise her and just thank her for sharing this information with us. And you're sending us all your powerful ashe. So just thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. I really, my heart is so full of pain, because God says, my people perish because of a lack of knowledge. What makes one man a billionaire and one man a pauper, poor, is the knowledge. This billionaire guy, this trillionaire guy, this multi-millionaire guy has some knowledge that you don't have. He's not greater than you. He's not better than you. He just has some knowledge that you don't have. See, when you don't have the proper knowledge, it makes you a slave. It makes you a pauper. It destroys you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yes, because it's very, very important that you gain the knowledge. When you gain knowledge, you elevate. You elevate, and you know what to create. You can start creating some of the most phenomenal things. And it's all about learning math. It's not about spells and spellings. You know what I'm talking about? It's not about witchcraft. It's not about tarot cards or talking to the dead, mediumship or psychic hotlines. or tea reading or crystal gazing or any of these things. Those are just tools that people use, and sometimes they're used at detriment. They're not positive. Some of them are not. Some of them will open up gateways and doorways and portals on you and bring in some things that you cannot put back in. It's just like once you open up the bottle, you can't put the genie back in. So you got to be careful what you're doing out here. You got to research and not let somebody tell you, oh, here, this is something right here. Try this. You got to see what that does. If it's a detriment against you or something that's got to heal you and help you. And you need to find as much knowledge as possible to elevate. Knowledge is the key to elevation. Knowledge is the key to success. Knowledge is the key to your consciousness evolving so you can understand what's going on around you and with people, and so you can create the next paradigm that is going to be helpful and healing to a lot of people. Look around you, like I said before, and see what people need. See what's in demand. We are co-creators, and we are very phenomenal creators, and we're just beginning to peak. Now we're elevating right now, trading places, and there's a lot of places we can go right now. There's a lot of things that we can build right now. Companies, new technology.
Yes.
To do everything. New paradigm, a new world, a new horizon, new music that's healing and uplifting. The world right now is unlimited. When a pandemic comes, you want to take advantage of it by creating and healing and helping to elevate it, to get rid of it. Because everything we build positively, it gets rid of the pandemic. Everything that we set in place, there's a healing, there's a helping hand, there's an elevating, you know what I'm saying? It gets rid of the pandemic is going backwards. We're going back to the old Iron Age. We're going back to the old ways. Look around you. They're putting you back to the past. And the past, there is no past. It's gone. So the only place you can go right now is up. That's all you can go is up right now. There is nowhere else to go but up. So look up. Don't look back. And don't look down, because there's nothing back there and there's nothing down there. Look up.
Thank you so much for that wisdom right there.
Let that breathe. You better take that in.
It's true. The past is gone, so people, please don't try to go back to doing what you did like in March last year. It's gone. Last year is gone. So please don't look back. Please don't try to go back. You only got right in front of you, right here, right now. Look up. Look up and see what you need and grab it.
I always tell people, Divine Mother, we can't go back to normal because the normal that we thought was normal wasn't even normal. So we don't even know what normal is, you know?
That's right.
Brother D Love is in the building. I love this brother. I love his energy. We had a powerful prayer and a method that goes with that prayer that we implemented yesterday in the other room. And I started it yesterday, and I'm going to keep my covenant and not break it, but I can already feel the vibration and the divine alignment. Brother D Love, can you unmute your mic? Are you available? Sir. Okay, yes, you have the stage.
Thank you so much, Brother Bay. I just want to say to the Godmother, to the Queen, I thank you again for allowing me to be a testimony and be a witness most importantly, a witness to your prophecy. As you know, in Revelations, there's no more guidance from the prophets after the book of Revelations. Obviously, we must study ourselves to be approved and continue to seek all of the Holy Scriptures, all of the different books that align us with the great divine. And I thank you again, Mother, for this time. I just wanted to say, one of my mentors has mentioned and said that the Most High, God, slowed down the world for Black people to catch up. And during this plan, yes, go ahead, Mother.
It's so true. No, go on. You're telling the truth.
And you taught me the truth through your example, because you mentioned a powerful word last night that I want everyone to really write down and continue to write down and continue to write it until you become it, and that is co-creator. Co-creator.
That's right, a co-creator. And you got the most magnificent gifts inside of you. Some of the most phenomenal ideas in movies and music and songs and inventions and apps. I can go on and on and on. We can build this new world. We can build this new world because some people have been holding on to these things for years. Now is the time to implement these things. But go on, D-Love. Go on, hon.
And what I wanted to say with the energy and what we'll be able to do with continuously keeping these rooms going with you is that we're going to continue to magnate an energy so powerful that it's going to reconnect us with the ether and create the real internet. Because there's the scriptures teach us that we are a mighty nation that's waiting to rise. And all we have to do is gather ourselves and separate ourselves. And since of the great conjunction, Mother, on December 21st, we need to learn. Yes, go ahead, Mom.
No, we need to learn to do business with each other. Business with each other. That is the key.
Yes.
Unity.
Mother, we have some good news for you. We were able to discover the Black Achievement Fund. It has 180,000 Black businesses that pay $9.99 a month. And the Black Achievement Fund has been able to take 42 families, different trusts, and all of their capital and economically create a trust that now we have 600 acres in Atlanta, Georgia. We have 1,600 acres of the great original Oklahoma Black Wall Street. We have another 846 acres in Colorado. We have 100 acres in Texas, Arizona, as well as Louisiana that we are calling the Arcs, and we are calling Operation Mount Zions. We have been databasing and marketplacing all of the different truckers, all of the different farmers, all of the different individuals that are able to have a different specialty and a need, because we know we must barter and be smarter. As you know, 10 executive orders were issued. They're expecting 100 million to take the vaccination. And I propose, through our energy, on top of us creating our melanin movement through the Black Achievement Fund, we're able to take our economic power of $1.4 trillion and take the 4 cents of every bit of money that we spend on this achievement card, long as you're melanin. It's not a black movement, it's a melanin movement. And what we're doing is we're all 50 million Latinos, all 40 million blacks, all 10 million indigenous people. We're giving them a national debit card that gives them a bank account that allows for us to have all of our transactions from our bartering system. We're going to now be circulating our preppers list. We're getting people PPP loans. We're getting people 500,000 corporate credit. This is a corporation. This is a republic, and Trump is going to separate the republic from the democratic state, because this has been sold out. Welcome to China. There are ships aligned our coast, Russian and Chinese, in Canada as we speak. There are already more troops that are in FEMA that are not American troops.
United States out of business.
We need to get our preppers list. We have circulated. I will send it to Brother Survey. It took 12 years to get this preppers list. It has water sources and maps and locations where all the water sources are. I've driven to them personally. I've worked with the Mormons and learned logistics and shipping. We have 3 trade agreements with Brazil. We have another trade agreement with Liberia, as well as Sierra Leone, as well as Ghana, offering us refuge after we leave the arcs, as we are able to build our arcs in a material that is fireproof, windproof, as well as projectile proof. We will not, on the 144,000 watch, allow for another Black Wall Street to happen. All we need to do is stand tall with the red pill, blue pill, and the energy on this phone, and we're going to stand with 1 million strong, no more mask. We use this room, the Matrix, to stand firm and create 1 million strong, doing 1,000 nights. We do this every night. Okay, the truth about Matrix, until we have 1 million strong that are ready to go out to the world and let them know no mask. Because when we shift our energy from the 3rd dimension to the 5th dimension of being the victims and the victors, they have to follow. The laws do not dictate the streets dictate the law. Offense always dictates defense. Who's ready? I yield and digress.
Whoo! Before we get to the Divine Mother, I have an administrative announcement. The most important thing that you guys can do in the audience, for all those that are listening, is invest in knowledge. Invest in knowledge. And you can do that by buying the source material, the actual books. And I'm going to give you the website. So if you have your pen and paper, take this down. You can purchase Sophia Stewart's books online at www.truthaboutmatrix.com. That's www.truthaboutmatrix.com. Get the books, get the literature. If you would like to give a donation, if you'd like to give an investment or your extension of gratitude, you can send your Cash Apps to $Sophiamarcel via Cash App. It's $SOPHIAMARCEL. That's $Sophiamarcel. If you're using Zelle, you can Zelle it directly to 702-501-5900. And you can also visit the other website, which is the TerminatorMatrix.com. Am I saying that right, Divine Mother?
Yes.
Okay.
MatrixTerminator.com or Terminator, truthaboutmatrix.com.
Excellent. Thank you. So you guys make sure to do that. If you want to email her directly, you can follow her via Instagram. It's the easiest way. You follow her on Instagram, hit the email icon on Instagram. It'll populate her direct email address. Understand she has thousands upon thousands of emails. So, we're delegating the things based on what people are looking for and how we're going to implement and delegate these energies so it can, be beneficial to the entire collective. So from there, we're going to go ahead and give it to Mother Sophia. And I don't know if Brother 19 Keys is still in the building. I don't know if he got kicked out or he had to go have some business. Okay, guess not. So, Mother Sophia, you have it. And then from there, we'll take it to Brother Omar. You haven't asked the question, so we'll give it to Brother Omar after that. You have it, Divine Mother.
Yes, I'm waiting on the questions. Because there was 3 people who had their hands up.
Okay. Did anybody have a question?
I do have a question. This is Chuck.
Go ahead, brother.
Hey, Chuck.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Your writing changed my life. Thank you so much. I'm a real nerd.
Oh, wow.
So, I was the guy, I blew Mike T's question about if we could work with you on doing the animated series or animated anything you want to do.
I would like for you
but I would love to help you with your website as well. I have some creative stuff to share with you, and I talk to Survey a lot, so I just wanted to ask you directly, can I help you with your website?
Well, I would like for you to call me on a one-on-one, because it's not the time to talk about it here, but I would like to talk to you about and the animations would be perfect, and the soundtrack, music soundtrack. Those 3.
We have the artists in this very group too, so for sure. Thank you. Okay, that's enough. I'm done.
All right. right, guys, I'm going to open up the hand raising. So if you have a question for the Divine Mother Sophia Stewart, we're going to give you an opportunity. Keep it short.
I got a
keep
quick
it sweet.
question too.
Go ahead, ask your question, brother, while I'm picking everybody out. Go ahead. You got it. What's your question?
I seen our hero Hank Aaron take a vaccine shot a week ago, and then today he passed away. What do you think about that?
Oh, wow. I saw that he had passed away. I was going to tell people. I thought I'll tell us, but I didn't know he had taken the vaccine.
Yeah, a week ago.
When did he take it? When did he take it?
They said 1 week ago. Exactly.
January
5th.
R.I.P.
Oh, wow. All I know is that I'm not taking it. I've got to wait around and see what happens with these people.
Mute your mics. Mute your mics.
That's what I'm saying, guys. We should really use our power, our energy to really try to get a movement and not just us being edified by the queen. We've seen the movie. She's asking us to stand up.
Yeah,
she's asking us to activate. She's asking us to create a change from her contribution, from her testimony, from her prophecy.
Last night I was watching that Afro.
Go ahead, brother. You can continue. You good.
Yes, sir. I was just saying that we have such a great responsibility when it comes to what she's doing. Like the brother said, helping her with her animation, helping her in any way to continue with her fight, because it wasn't easy to get this message and get this knowledge to be able to ascend us and move us in the now. So what are we going to do now?
Absolutely. And it's about action. It's about actualization. It's not about talking and being associated. It's about fulfilling the divine purpose and fulfilling with divine intent. And that's what it's about, because when you get out of the ego and the individual self, not meaning you can kill the ego, but you can control it. You can put it on a leash per se, and you understand there's a collective. And when you align divinely with the collective, we become more powerful and synchronistic, and we're able to more easily do things. The scripture says, move mountains. So I'm gonna bring brother G.O.D. He DM'd me. He said he had a question for Queen Sophia. So brother G.O.D., unmute your mic for me.
Yo, peace.
You got it.
I think she left the room now.
Okay. She might have got it's just probably the server. It's all good. Hold on one second.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, try not to use curse words in her presence. It's respecting that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're going to keep that vibration, right? See, remember when we call her mother, when we call her God, and we talking to her mother of mothers, right? I put Miss Sophia on with my mother today. And for the first time, I didn't want to be selfish, but I had another mother friend of mine, Sister Dean. Her daughter did over 20 million in sales, called a Hollywood hair bar. This sister's a phenomenon. I watched her grow up. And when her mother got on the phone, along with my mother, and they were talking about their testimonies of the water regimen. It's not a night I couldn't see my mother not sleep from having bronchial asthma. So when we talk to her and we think of her as our mother, that keeps us in a respectful tone, that keeps us in a respectful manner, and it keeps that vibration where we can vibe with our tribe and we can get back.
Ashe.
That's me. Ashe.
Family, can you guys ping her back in the room? Because
I just pinged her, man. She's my mentor.
That's beautiful.
And I
think we also should think about how hard it is for her to talk and channel that energy. And so giving her a moment to breathe and break
always.
And trying to get her a moment to try to give her a break, just think of that, guys.
Absolutely. And, just at an administrative note, we always have to be mindful that, unfortunately we have a microwave generation, and I'm not calling you guys that, but, access can be taken for granted. This is not something that's going to be on a regular basis. This is to get the cream of the crop so we can move forward, onward and upward. Because like I said, there's no excuse at this point. If you really want to do it, you're going to do it because the resources are available. And when I say do it, I'm saying push this divine narrative and push this divine purpose forward, with the resources and access that we have with like-minded individuals. So, try not to keep it as personal. Try to think on a collective scale if you have a question or a pitch or a brick you want to add on to. It's a beautiful build, but just keep that in mind because this energy is precious. And the best thing you can do is first invest. You want to get the literature. And if you're not getting the literature, you want to, at the very least, you want to donate and invest via Cash App or the other information that I provided just a moment ago. So, Mother, are you back on stage?
She came in, Durbin, and she left. She got kicked off.
She got kicked off. She just checked.
Today, I'm calling her right now on the phone. I think just like what happened with RZA, when high profile people enter the CH, it could. Mama Stewart, are you okay? They won't let you back in, huh?
Yeah, she said she got kicked out.
I got her on the phone. Hold on. Hold on. Mom, that's what I was about to ask my question. Mom,
Yeah, I got kicked off.
they won't let you. They won't let you back on, huh?
No, it's not. They have nothing to do with them not letting me on. A call came through and knocked me off.
Okay, so we're here waiting for you. You take your time, okay? Take your breath. Take your time. We really appreciate your time. Are you okay with timing and everything?
Okay, no, listen, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, guys, ping her. The more people that ping her, it'll make it a higher probability that she can get in. So everybody,
she's back in, guys. She's back.
She's here. She's talking.
She's talking. Let's go. She's in.
Okay. So we had another.
I'd love to add something to this. I had a question. I had a question for y'all. Start. Can I ask my question? I don't know the sister get acclimated, y'all.
Let her get in.
Are you sure she's
the
just
fell out again.
I had a question for D-Love, if that's okay, while Sister gets acclimated.
Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead. You got it.
D-Love, I really love what you're doing, and I would really love to contribute to your cause. I have access to so many different resources and so many different ventures that would absolutely aid in this mission. And if you don't mind, I'd like to set a conversation up with you to quite understand what you are doing in terms of just energy, like water plants. There's even like the owners of the New Code, they have a water plant in Johannesburg that creates phosphate, that creates water, that creates, that cleanses water to be able to put on these arcs. I really like what you do. This is actually something I was thinking about, a couple days ago, and I mean, anything that I can do in terms of resources. And, I'm not African American, I'm not Native, but I do have melanin. And, I would love to seek, be able to seek refuge, with you, because I don't like what's happening around me. This room is a comfort place for me. Brother Omar is, in the other room, before leaving this planet, is a place where we have conversations. And this is really the first place that I've been able to kind of hear in an open place, in a safe space, just these topics of discussion, and I'm in. Let me know what you need.
Yes, Miss Chloe. I first and foremost want to say, whether Jew or Gentile, we are all part of the human family. Blood thing, and Esau and Jacob, two brothers out of Rebecca. And what we have to do as the light and the salvation of the world is lead by example of love. Dare us love. I'm here to dare us with love. And I dare you to challenge me to do any different. Sister, we thank you for your contributions. Thank you.
And I thank you. I really admire what you're doing. I'm so proud. And just
It's not me. It's not me. It's not me, because I want you to, I want you to remember that I have a brother by the name of Nicholas Shepherd on the line. I call him the Good Shepherd, and I know that the Most High knew what he was doing when he named him. This gentleman and his family is the sole owner. Okay, and we're currently in the finalization of going out in motorhomes to Louisiana and all of the arcs, and we're helping him with his families to actually start development and shovel the dirt with a proprietary technology that cuts from 2-year development to 2 months, and in a 7-man crew and team that knows nothing about construction. It's completely revolutionized the industry. We have the exclusive on it. And I'd like to have Nicholas Shepherd talk about the 686 acres in Colorado that he's currently, I'm under an NDA, I can't speak for him. But again, I just want to say it's because of Clubhouse, it's because of us gathering ourselves in a mental space, in a spiritual space, in a physical space, that this is possible. I'm just a steward, like Miss Stewart. The Most High knew what he was doing when he last named Miss Stewart, even in the capitalistic and even in the American and the European world, her name being Stewart, she is a steward of us. She has continued to be the mother and
Talk to him.
Of us, the oracle of us, the actual home base where we can tap into the the heart, the beat that allows us to be able to get balance, to get harmony, to find the answers to the divine calling of purpose versus perception. You know what they say about a dog who chases his tail? Picture a dog chasing his tail. He eventually digs his own ditch. That's what happens when we don't align with the divine and we go after perception versus purpose. She said, what is it that we must do to be able to align with the divine? To be able to shift to a point to where no negative energy or no weapon formed against you has no power. She said, be positive. She says, walk in love. Do things that are not blackmail or lying or killing. Do things that are a positive vibration, and the negative energies cannot enter that field. These are gems that we must activate and live by.
Activate.
So let's give her the floor. Let's reset. Let's take a breath. Let's hit the on, and let's allow for her to give us the direct Wi-Fi connection to the Most High. The floor is yours, Mother.
No, I was enjoying listening to you and the young lady. There's a young lady named Dee. I guess she wants to speak to me. Dee, do you have a question that you want to ask me? Dee.
Her name is V.
Do you have? Oh, it's B-E-E or something.
Okay, B. If you're in the audience, can you raise your hand? Just B, nobody else. Just B. Raise your hand right now, and we'll get to everybody else in a minute. B, are you in the audience?
She has a weird name, B-Gay-Me.
Okay.
B-Gay-Me.
Well, we also have a few other special guests as well, Divine Mother. When B raises her hand, I will bring her on the stage. We have Brother Daylight and we have the Brother Ab Soul in here. So G-O-D, we're going to let you pose your question, brother. And then after that, Brother Ab Soul, if you want to speak, you'll have it after that, and we'll give it to Daylight. And then we'll get to Sister B as well. I'll get to her. So G-O-D, go ahead and pose your question. Keep it short, and go ahead and shoot it out, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Mother, for being here talking to us. I just want to let you know I've been in the industry for like 10 years, so if you have any music creation needs, I'll be glad to help. It'll be an honor. But I just want to speak on what you talked about, knowledge. And I know knowledge is the foundation, but isn't it wisdom that activates the knowledge? And then understanding is what frees our culture. Is that like the third eye, the understanding part? Because I know you can have knowledge and you cannot act it out. And you cannot really, once you understand it. Go ahead, Mother, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I was trying to tell you that all three of them, actually, it's the same thing. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. It's like the word was the authority, but the word and authority cannot be wielded without wisdom and understanding. So wisdom and understanding and knowledge are one. It's just a different variations of the same thing. Knowledge, wisdom, you know what I'm talking about? They're one in understanding.
Yes, ma'am. So you need all three to be whole. It's like the Trinity, in other words.
Well, yeah, but it's all meaning it's all one. It's all one and the same. Yeah.
Mute your mics. Mute your mic.
I keep trying to get you to do this.
Knowledge.
Mute your mics. Hold on, Divine Mother. Everybody, mute your mics. I have to get you off the stage, yo. Mute your mics. Thank you. Okay, Divine Mother, you have it. I'm sorry.
So I was just telling him it all was one and the same. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is all one. Because you can't wield power without knowledge or wisdom or understanding of what you're doing. So they're all one, but just different variations of the same word.
Thank you, Mother.
And you were talking about consciousness is about being alert. It's about being awake. About seeing what others are not seeing, and observing what others are not observing, and being a part when you're awake. You can see. You can do a lot when you're awake, because a lot of people they're walking around, they're asleep or they're sleepwalking. And a lot of people are just robotic. they're walking around, they're robots, they're mimicking, or they're just part of the program. You know what I'm saying? So there's different kinds of everything going on here. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of everything, a lot of different stuff.
Yes, man. Thank you, Mother, and I'll DM you for the music creation. I appreciate you being here. Peace. Ashe.
Okay. King. Thank you for that. Brother Absol, welcome to the stage. You don't have to speak, but if you have any questions or comments, if you want to add a brick to the pyramid with the Divine Mother, Sophia Stewart, the creator, franchise owner of The Matrix and The Terminator. Do you have any questions, brother?
No, I don't have any questions. I'm just here to listen and to learn.
Cool.
Divine Mother, it's such an honor. I really appreciate you and everything that you do. Please continue, please.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Do anyone have any really hard questions? Something you want to know?
Yeah, I got one.
Something you want?
I have.
Okay. The brother went first, so we're gonna let the sister go first, and then the brother who chimed in, you're gonna go right after her. You guys got it.
I go after them, sir.
Can I go after? All right.
The brother's gonna go third, and then the sister's gonna go fourth.
Okay, we got Daylight coming up too.
Yeah, Daylight, I already pinged you, bro. So whenever you're ready to come up, you can come up.
I also got something to say. After everybody, this is Queen. Thank you.
Got you. Let's keep it that order.
What is your name? Your name?
She said
Anaya, Queen.
Yeah, your name. What is your name?
Anaya, Queen Anaya.
Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, go ahead and tell us, give us your question.
Okay, I just wanted to say and ask you if you see the same thing. Me and my friend Yari, she's here too. Yari in the crowd. We were speaking, and we see the Matrix as Ma, Mother, Tree, like the TRI tree, 3 or tree, and X as the X chromosome. So we come in as one through the mother. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, but you're seeing it correctly. You know, the Trinity, the mother, the Ma, I am, and if you reverse am is Ma, A-M-M-A, Ma, M, I am Ma. I am mother. I am the female, the feminine energy of creativity. So, having a womb, we create all the time. And what do we create? We create bodies. And they come into this physical dimension, the babies. Do you see? So we are always creating. This female, this feminine energy is an energy of creativity. We create with love. We make love, fall in love, get married, and have these babies. All kinds of babies. So what is your question?
I just wanted to see if those things were related to the Matrix.
Well, yeah, the Matrix is a Latin, 7,000-year-old Latin word for the woman's womb. If you do not know the word Matrix, come out of the King James's Bible, Google it. It's mentioned 5 times in Scripture, 3 times in Exodus, 2 times in Numbers. Exodus 34th chapter, 19th verse, God said, he who opens up the Matrix, or the children that come out of the mother's womb are his children. They are three-dimensional beings. The astral body, which is the shadow body, the physical body, which is a transportation, and the third body, which is the soul or the seed that attaches to the physical body. 3-dimensional beings. There are what man creates in the laboratory, these clones, are just one-dimensional. They don't have a spirit and they don't have a soul. They're seedless and soulless. The test tube babies, the petri dish babies, the hybrid mule, he can't have a baby. He's a cross between a horse and a donkey, a mule. Thanks. But he's a hybrid. Man created him. God didn't create him, man did. And he can't duplicate himself. He cannot have a baby. He's just a one-dimensional entity. Were you aware of that, Queen?
Slightly, but I really like how you broke it down. And I wanted to also ask, so with the woman being the matrix, and I hear a lot of men stating that they're doing all these amazing things, but how does all this correlate with the woman in the matrix? And what can we all do for the matrix, the woman, the womb creator? You know,
listen to me. If every woman disappeared, right? No man can have a baby, Queen. That would be the end of the earth. If every woman died, it's game over. There would be no more earth. There's no more people on earth. We're the ones that are birthing the babies. There's no man. Have you seen a man have a baby?
Not at all.
What do the men do? What do the men do? They go to war. They're just the opposite of us. We have them. They come out of us. Beautiful. The whole world comes out of us. Facts. Out of us. We fall in love. We get married. We have babies. And what does the babies do? They replenish the earth. And what do? They have babies and their babies and so forth and so on. And so the earth never runs out of people because we will get with a man and we will have a baby or babies. And some of us can have 3 babies, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at one time. Read about it, Google it, and see the multiple babies that come out of us.
I hear a lot of men talking about the reason why they like or, you know, are interested into polygamy or there's science behind it is because women can only have one baby and it takes 9 months. So I think that's very interesting that you brought up that we can have 5 to 6, you know, at one time. And I want to know what are your thoughts about that and just the conditions of relationships between man and woman in the world today and where it's going in the future, or if you've seen anything, you know, about that in the future, the dynamics of relationships between a man and a woman.
That's a good question.
That relationship is never going to end because life is always forever. You know what life is made of? It's made of 8 atoms. 8 atoms is the flower of life. And with those 8 atoms, flower of life, Google it. What it's telling you is that life is a continuation. Just like the insects, they have babies. The animals, they have babies, just like we do. And it's to continue them. It's to keep them coming back again and again and again. And look, go back into our past. Women have been having babies forever. Civilizations disappeared, but other ones pop up and progress. It's an endless thing that's forever. It's never going to end. Someone is always going to find someone, look in the eyes, fall in love, grab hands, get married, start having babies. And like I told you, not just one baby, but a multitude of babies. And the people who have the harems, yeah, they have the harems because that's just a form of greed. And maybe they want, you know, a lot of different babies because there are men, even without harems, there are men that have had different women that had 50 kids. And there was a doctor that took, it was this white doctor. He put his sperm in all these women and had all these babies.
Facts.
You can read about it. Google it.
Yeah, they got a documentary on Netflix now. Yeah, you're right.
Yes. And I mean, he was putting his seeds in every woman that he could put it in. Yes, and that's kind of horrible because they're all brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
And they got the same daddy but different mothers. All got the same last name but different mothers. So there's not going to be an end to civilization. We're all going to fall in love with a man, and a man is going to fall in love with us. The women are beautiful, the men are beautiful, just gorgeous. There's always going to be this love. Love is the greatest. To fall in love, to have a baby, to dream, to be happy. That's why you're here. To dream and be happy and to build and to create. It's not about running after money. It's not running after careers and all of that stuff. It's all about having a career so you can have something to provide for the woman or man that you love and your children so they can have great lives. So you're meant to be happy. You're meant to be rich. Poverty is created by man. Mm-hmm. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as poverty. Did you not know that? If y'all will wipe that from your minds and your memories and throw it out and throw that program in the garbage, visualize throwing programs in the garbage. Let me take this garbage out of my mind. Whoever put this thought in it, let me throw it in the garbage. And that's what you had to do, Queen. Throw it in the garbage because anything that's negative and go against good needs to just be thrown away in the garbage. Get rid of it. But most of all, I think that if men and women would go back to respecting each other and looking at each other with love in the eyes and forget about all this stuff and grief that man is trying to create. Separation, don't hold hands, cursing each other, fighting, killing, acting ignorant. You only got a short life here. You only got this one short life here and a great opportunity. And people are wasting that opportunity. Why not find somebody and fall in love? Do you know that the vibrations of love elevates you to a plane that is beyond anything you could imagine?
I say.
I love God.
Have anybody fallen in love out there? Then you know what I'm talking about.
Me, absolutely.
Yes, I've been in love before.
What about when you fall out of love or when the love gets taken away from you for some time?
You can find it again.
Find it again.
About all things. So first.
There's more
you gotta love yourself.
Hold on. Let Divine Mother speak.
Well, no, I like to hear them too. You have to, like someone said, you have to love yourself. You can't love anybody if you don't love yourself. How are you going to find love if you don't love you? You got to love yourself. And let me tell you something. When you begin to love yourself, someone will appear for you to love. And even if you gave love to the wrong person out there, it would come back to you with the right person.
Facts.
Can I ask Divine Mother a question?
Who's speaking?
Mary.
All right, hold on, brother, because I had invited Daylight up. Daylight is here, but we're going to let her finish her thought, and then Daylight will go, and then you can go. So let's just keep that order.
Can I go after him? This is Shalanda. Yeah, I wanted to go too.
Shalanda after that, brother. And who just said that after?
And Jael. That's
and
me.
Zay. And then Zay after Jael.
Critical thinker.
Okay.
Everybody should with all due respect,
in terms of love, the relationship.
Hold on, one mic, guys. You guys,
Thank you. I just want to say, this is still Queen Speed. I just want to say thank you so much, for what you said, because I wanted to also ask you, what did you think, or feel from your perspective. I know what I feel from mine, what my purpose is, and you kind of answered that. So thank you.
You're welcome so much.
Beautiful. Thank you, Queen. Queen Sister Queen. And be sure to follow the Divine Mother, her Instagram and Twitter. You can link directly from her profile here at Clubhouse.
I also tried to cash app her, but I didn't see the Sophiamarcel when I did it.
Hold on, let me make sure you have the spelling right. Hold on, guys.
Sophiamarcel.
Yeah, there you go. We're gonna get this right because that's.
You didn't send it there. You got to contact Cash App.
Yeah, so it's Sophia.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. It's $SOPHIA MA. That's M as in Mary. MARCEL. So Sophiamarcel.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, you guys, hold on 1 second. You have to. No, you good. No, it's all love. It's all love. I'm just trying to keep it orderly because I know everybody's excited. Everybody has questions.
Definitely. Just high scores up as last, bro.
Already. Brother Daylight, did you have a question, a comment, or did you want to add a brick to the pyramid while we have the Divine Mother Sophia Stewart, the franchise owner of The Matrix and Terminator? Did you have any questions, brother?
He's probably trying to unmute his mic. If you're looking how to do that, if you look at the bottom right of your screen, you'll see a little microphone.
He got like 9,000 followers. He know how to. He know. If he's on his phone.
Okay. So he's probably busy, so it's all good. We'll go to the next person. Who had a question?
Sir, respect everybody. If we could, can we just pull to refresh and maintain the order? And if you could call the names and see if those people have a question.
Yeah, so they already wrote names down. He has a list.
Yeah, so let's just follow the list. Yeah, that's what we're looking to do. So
what's the list exactly, so I can get in line?
Can you put Christopher with a K on that list, please?
Sure thing. Can I flap it on?
And Chloe as well, please. Yeah, Mike here too, please.
One mic or we clear the stage. Clear the stage.
Y'all pulling it.
The last person, and they can redo a list.
Y'all pulling at the brother energy. Let's get it organized. You know what I mean? We don't want to drain our people. Brother, I can help you with the organization.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, thank you. We're gonna start a fresh list. Omar's gonna take names, so let him get himself together so he can write these names down. Divine Mother, do you have anything you want to say while we're getting the order together?
Yeah, I wanted to hear the other questions because I know a lot of people have questions, and I would love to answer those questions.
Okay.
Very much.
Excellent. All right, so we'll go divine feminine, divine masculine. So we're gonna go guy, guy, girl, guy. So let's start with the first lady who has a question. Just who wants to speak first?
Right here.
So go in order from top to bottom.
Yeah, just go in order. Yeah.
All right, cool. All right. So Lisa T. Wynette, all right, Queen Sister Asha or Aisha. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. Do you have a question or comment for Sophia Stewart?
Hi, good night. I'm surprised it actually got to me. I was just laying down listening. But something that just floated in my mind, I guess, just to throw something out there, is Miss Stewart, what do you think about, they're saying that this world is going to AI very soon. Something about the 2045 project. And I just wanted to know, what your thoughts are on people, this whole idea of immortalization through AI, because it's a little weird, but it's I want to go with the flow of things, but just the thought of that is so matrixy, it's crazy.
Well, let me tell you, we were always headed towards the machines, and if you look back, we've always been in that, going towards technology and machines, but somebody needs to fix them, because look, it could always be broken. It's always going to create jobs, You never look at it like that, but like I told people, nothing goes away. Something just takes the place of it. Do you see what I'm talking about? Something new takes the place of something old. But when something new takes the place of something old, it always creates opportunities. And you just got to be aware and alert and look and see what's needed and start providing. But we're never going to go away no matter how many machines come we're never going to go away. Nothing is ever going to take a place of the human touch or love. Nothing. I don't even know how those guys are over there in the foreign countries marrying machines, because metal and flesh just does not match at all. Metal is just cold. It has no emotions, no love. Can't rub your back. Can't, you know what I'm saying? Can't really take part.
Right. It's not the same.
Yeah, with warmth and, you know, we always need that human touch. We always need that warmth, that love, where someone is there, you know, uplifting us, moving us. That support team, you know, we need that, a human touch.
Absolutely.
So they're all, love conquers all. It really does. It conquers everything. It changes everything. If they only would have given the message during this pandemic to start loving each other, had they just given that message, a lot of people would have not even gotten sick.
That's a fact too. I know that.
Affected with fear.
They gave fear instead of love.
Love is like an all-purpose cleanser, to be honest.
I love that.
True. It's true what you're saying. And I don't know why they did not give that message of love. Many husbands and wives got divorces during the pandemic. Many people got separated. You know, the old from the grandchildren, the grandparents and the parents from, you know, everyone just got separated. They were more afraid of dying than they were of loving.
That's a bar.
Sophia.
It is the truth if you go back and look. Who could be more afraid of dying than loving? Than to give love?
I was asked the other day, you guys, am I willing to die for my kids? I said, no, I'm willing to live for my kids.
Yes. To live for your kids. Not to, what is the purpose of dying for your kids? What is that going to serve? You want to be here to be around for them in case they need you to elevate. They need you for something. Dying doesn't serve any purpose. Living serves every purpose. Because you have a chance to get it right. You have a chance to make amends. You have a chance to do something that you did not do.
It takes a lot to live for somebody, too.
Yeah, it takes a lot to live for somebody, but if we would just change right now and go into this new world that's coming, a whole new attitude, and start being real kind and loving to each other, and putting people in check that are being evil towards others. If we would care about each other and our neighbors, like at one time we cared like a village, and everybody joined together and voiced that. And they told people, you know, most people were afraid to do something bad because everybody would correct them. To stand together and said they were afraid to do bad stuff back in the day, 50 years ago. They were scared of what people would think about them. But nobody cares now. And so people just act ugly and act out. Nobody's going to put them in check.
Super facts. Thank you for the question, Queen Sister Asha. You got it, brother. After this, brother, Sister Satori, you can pose your question or comment after the brother speaks. Go ahead, brother.
First off, I would like to say, man, to this room, I am very humble
and very pleased to being accepted to this opportunity by Miss Sophia Stewart. Sophia Stewart is a good friend of mine. I just left Las Vegas and was able to grab some of that energy of hers, if you will. What I would like to add to this is that we need to all come together, right? But not only that, we need to start sharing this info, because this information is worth sharing. And that's everything that we've talked about. We have to stop hiding. We need to start fighting, because this system doesn't want us to fight. This system wants us to be in the house. This system wants us to hide from the sun, the one that feeds us the most. They want us to kill each other. They want us to hate each other. They don't want us to love each other. So the one thing that, well, there's so many things that I've taken from Miss Sophia over the last few weeks, because, you know, I look at Miss Sophia as a mentor at this point. She's done so much for me in the last few weeks that I can't even mention to you guys, right? But with that being said, you guys, you know, I have some things that I would love to share with you guys. Does anyone invest on this group? Or any investors?
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well,
heavy in again.
Myself, I am new at investing, right? I got pulled in last year and was brought to the XRP table, if you will, and cryptocurrency. So what I'm going to share with you guys right now is about the new monetary system, because that is a big part of what's going to transition us to go forward.
Facts.
So if you guys are looking at the markets, and if you guys have any dollars sitting in any savings account, go and research XRP. Right now it's at 27 cents. Sometime in the future, it's going to be worth more than Bitcoin.
100%.
These are the things that we need to start talking about, and these are the things that we need to start injecting into our communities, because if we miss this train, it will never come back again. So with that being said, you guys, I'm a filmmaker. I'm a film creator. So being that I'm a film creator, I have to think differently, because I don't work in the system. I haven't had a job in 7-8 years. And with that being said, so I've had to do some things in life that's out of the ordinary, right? With commodities, you know, doing corn, beans, rice, you know, doing all types of stuff, you know. But with this new monetary system, and I'm telling you guys, the dollar is about to be dead here real soon.
Facts.
If you're not doing anything, transfer that dollar into some cryptocurrency. Look into XLM. Look into XRP. Look into ADA. Look into Bitcoin.
Get some guap coin. Get that guap coin too.
Guap coin. Look at the new gold coin that they got going out. The GSR, I believe.
G999. The G999.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a partner with them.
I'm trying to write it down.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to
XRP.
interrupt, but is there any way we could please listen to Queen Mother, please? Because we can always do this at other times, but we don't have to.
Because I got a question.
Definitely.
One mic.
That shit is annoying.
One mic.
Hold on, y'all.
This was his time.
Let that brother speak. Let him finish, because he's giving some vital information, and Queen Mother will expound upon it if she chooses to, and then we'll get to the next question. Y'all about to make me clear the stage, yo. Just follow the flow.
Yeah, hey, you guys, you know, I'm not trying to steal nobody's shine. Miss Sophia and I talk all the time. That's why I'm not directing any questions to her, because I can call her anytime.
So go ahead, brother. You got it. You good.
Okay, so the thing is, you guys, I love my people.
And I want us to see us get out of the rut that we're in collectively. How do we do that? Is that we need to come together collectively. And we need to come together now versus later. And that's what I'm about. I love you all, and thank you for the floor.
I appreciate that, Dominic. Thank you, Christopher.
Okay, now, thank you. Now, before anybody poses anything else, let's
Sophia's in my picture, guys. And Sophia's in my picture.
Exactly. He's fan. We all tried. Now, Queen Mother Sophia, did you have any comments, or did you want any more questions, or did you have anything to say?
No, I'm just waiting for someone else to ask some more questions. I would love to answer some more.
Absolutely. Next question. Survey?
Yeah.
Yes, we're going in direct order. So next in line, we have Satori, if I'm saying that right. Hopefully I'm not butchering your name. Queen Sister Satori, do you have a question or comment for the Divine Mother Sophia Stewart?
I don't have a question, but I just want to say the last few nights in this room and the energy has been amazing. I don't know how the collective all are evolving on an individual scale, but the information, the content, the conversations that have been taking place in this room for a while, like you guys, I think we're there. We're getting it. And I want to say thank you so much, Sophia Stewart. Your books changed some people's lives. Because it made us realize that words, because I don't know how deep some of you know about etymology, but the English language is a sorcery language, so it casts spells on you. You can hypnotize people with words, and you can put people in certain mind spaces and elevate them consciously if they can tune into what you're stating. And if you have not read
no doubt,
Pia's books,
you better get those books.
You better get those books.
You better get those books.
The movies don't do them justice because it didn't come from the true creator.
Come on.
On the another sense, I didn't want to preach. I just wanted to say it's time for us to stop calling ourselves Black, and it's time to stop calling ourselves African American. If you know anything about North America, you know this is the original Africa. And it's time for us to take our shit back. Y'all have a nice evening.
Drop the mic. Right. Drop the mic on us.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Marion. I'm up top. I think I got passed. I did have a question for the Queen Mother.
Go ahead, bro. We got
me too. I got a question after him. I got skipped too.
Okay, y'all too, and then we'll pick it up after that. Y'all too. Go ahead, brother.
So Queen Mother, it's a 2-part question.
Okay.
One is, do you still think that prophecy exists? And the reason why I'm asking that question is because I'll say a year ago, I had a dream, which I'm still trying to figure out. I was asleep and I heard a word, and the word was Ruach. Woke up out of my sleep and I turned to my wife and I asked, I said, baby, what's Ruach? She said, I don't know. So I started looking up the word, and it was a Hebrew word, and it was Ruach Elohim, and it was the breath of God.
Facts.
And like, I've never spoken Hebrew. I've never heard anybody speak Hebrew. And in my dream, I just kept hearing a voice saying Ruach, Ruach. And from that, I got it tatted over my heart. I have Ruach Elohim now in Hebrew tatted over my heart. And I just wanted to know, and from that, what happened was I actually created a documentary called Back to Our Roots, I Got the Juice. I was 400 pounds before I heard that voice. After I heard that voice, a discipline came over my life where I lost 100 pounds in 2.5 months by juicing. And
wow.
Yeah, and we just put out the trailer today, actually, for the movie, for the film. It'll be coming out June 2021. And then, as life has just been progressing and we're out and about getting ready for this film, I was witnessing, I was sitting alone, and I saw a light in the sky. I'm from Philly, so it was like a rainstorm, and I'm looking at it, and I'm seeing lightning flash. And a thought just came over my life, and I was just like, yo, we are lightning. Like, atoms are brewing in the clouds that are constantly banging at each other, and that's us in our mother's womb, as you were speaking about the womb earlier. And then the lightning flash. And as soon as you see it, you know it was there, it's gone. The only people that remember lightning, honestly, are the people who either struck by it, the people that have something like their house got hit and caught on fire. And that's those people who make a change in the world. I was just correlating it like, damn, like, yo, lightning is just, for some people, is here and it's going. And that's some people's lives. And other people's lives are transforming. And they do things to people which will be unforgettable. So that's the thought. But the question came back to, like, the only person I can correlate that voice to is God, because I never spoke Hebrew a day in my life. And that's my question.
Prophecy still exists. We are still being contacted and woken to rise up and do some phenomenal stuff. Like, you were just kind of like given a command, like to change, to get up, to do something, to get out of that old rut, the old way of life. And we're all still called like that. Different ones, various people at different times. So yeah, prophecy does exist. And it will always exist. And somebody will always rise up and make the proper changes that need for others to elevate. And you sound good, by the way.
I'm blessed, Queen Mother. Like, honestly, to all of my people on here, this film that me and my team made, I took every dollar that I had and I felt like it was a calling. It was something I had to do. And I just took all of the money. I took the money out the bank and I just traveled the country and just met people on the street. Got a couple celebrities in it. And it was just like God is just moving in this time for us, for all of us. If you just open up your eyes, like I said about lightning, man, like I don't understand why I thought of it that way. Like, I'm just in in the last year, I lost 100 pounds in 2.5 months after I heard that voice.
Yeah. Do you know that something was calling you? Something was calling you to a purpose. Do you know that's incredible? The testimony, it's just incredible. I can just feel it, the truth in your voice. Something woke you up and was breathing life into you, and you lost all that weight that you didn't need. It was killing you, actually. So it was a good thing for you to get it off, because you had a lot of underlying health issues. You got rid of a lot of stuff. You were on your way out of here until you heard that voice and you woke up. It woke you up to purpose. You need to keep going. You know that? You need to keep going. I hear such positive, such great energy in your voice. And that you'll be able to stir up a lot of people, a lot of celebrities, a lot of people who come on board. And you need to keep moving and meeting people. You're going to meet the right people to help to continue this call on your life, this call of prophecy on your life. It's a calling.
Thank you, Queen Mother, because I've been like, when you tell people that, like, I heard a voice in my dream, people, they look at you different, like, yo, you tripping, was you high? You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So,
no, listen, you go back into the Bible and you read about Samuel. Go back and read about Samuel. Samuel, when he was little, he heard this voice. He thought that the person he was with had called him. And he got up 3 times. Go into the Bible and read it. And on the 3rd time, the guy told him, that's God calling you, Samuel. And sure enough, Samuel was called to do great things. He became a prophet, and he did great and magnificent things. I want you to go in the Bible and read about it. He was just this little kid, and he thought that this man was calling him, but it was God calling him. And the guy told him, because he came in there 3 times, and the third time, the guy said, "That's God calling you, Samuel. It's not me."
Thank you, Chris.
So you're called. I'll tell you something. I feel the most incredible love in my heart as you were talking, and the most incredible energy of what you were talking about in my heart. And I know where everybody on here must have felt it.
Absolutely.
I definitely.
Yes, I felt it.
It is for real. It was truthful. And you're getting ready to do some. Yeah, you felt it too. I think a lot of people felt it. You're getting ready to do something very, phenomenal. So keep going. Keep going. And I hope you will get in touch with me. I really do.
I promise you I will, because I need guidance. You feel me? I have some good people around me, but when you start doing things and hearing things and life is moving at such a pace, a lot of people who can't understand it. You don't have a lot of people to talk to who can get it.
That's true, but let me tell you something. When you have a calling on your life, and it's a great calling, there are going to be people that try to prevent you. There are people that's going to come and be haters and jealous and all kinds of things that try to tell you some negative stuff to keep you from doing what you're going to do. The greater the purpose you have, the more devils, the bigger the devils are going to come at you. But don't worry about any of that besides you. But let me tell you, God has called you to do something magnificent, something that's phenomenal. So that's why I told you to keep going and read about Samuel. It's very important. God has directed me to tell you that. You can Google Samuel and read about it. When Samuel heard this voice calling on him, he thought just like you, well, the man must be in the other room calling me. The man said it wasn't him. He got up 3 times. On the third time, the man told him, "That's God calling you, not me, Samuel. That's God." So you got a calling on your life. So move ahead, move forward. Don't let anything. You got the strength. Everything is just there for you. Just keep going. It's all gonna fall. Yeah, it's all gonna fall into place.
Promise you I will.
Yes, and I will help you. I will help you.
And Brother Marlon, this is D Love. I just want to say congratulations to you, King. I've been trying to find your phone number since you called me. I'm so honored and grateful to hear what you're doing. Also, we have a manufacturing facility in Arizona. We also have 50,000 Circle Ks. I would love to create a product to follow your story. What happened with What the Health? They didn't follow up with a menu or some kind of list to educate us on how to eat. They didn't follow up with a product. So when you follow up with a product, so that people can follow your lead of your testimony, that's how you become the billionaire. And more importantly, not just a monetization money-wise, but the health, the wealth that comes from giving people the true knowledge of health. And I have some of the Dr. Sebi formulations that we already have that we can use as ingredients. That's one thing I didn't get to talk to you about direct and follow up with after watching what you sent me. Highly impressed. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. And if anybody would like to see the trailer, you can follow me on my IG. We just posted it today. Like I said, I took every dollar that I had and I put in that joint. And we're now doing a GoFundMe for $50K so we can finish the film. I never knew, like, I'm from the hood, y'all. Like, I went to school and all of that, but I'm from the block. So I never thought about doing a movie. It was never in my vision in my regular life. And from everything I've been through to this point, I created a movie and a documentary, and it's completed. And we have to just do all of the back end stuff. So that's what we're working on now. And yeah, brother D Love, I thank you from day one, man. From meeting you on Clubhouse, reaching out, and please just take a look at the trailer. And if the trailer moves you, if you give $1, I don't care what you give. Honestly, like this is everything that is in this film was done by Black people. The director was Black. All of the people in the film are Black. I funded it. I'm Black. You know, we have people from Africa, from the Whitney Plantation, literally talking about the diet of the enslaved ancestors. We went to a natural aquifer, which that is owned by the Native American Blacks. They owned that land for over 400 years. They're in this film. So we have the first African American woman from Harvard doctoral school. She's the only African American woman to ever graduate from Harvard with a PhD in dietetics, who's telling us, and she's from the Bronx, New York, and she just kept it real with me as I interviewed her. And it's just a multitude of people who are all Black. This is a Black production for Black people. And I just pray like that when people watch it, they get something from it. You know, my life changed. I lost 100 pounds in 2.5 months. So people who are struggling, I was 400 pounds. I was 400 pounds. Sleep apnea, high blood pressure, pre-diabetic. Went to my doctor. I'm no longer pre-diabetic. My blood pressure is stabilized. I don't have to sleep with my machine anymore. Because like Queen Mother said, like pretty much I was dying. And they actually was trying to get me to get the surgery to cut my stomach for me to lose weight. And I wasn't going to do that. So I heard this voice and it just kept saying, Ruach, Ruach. And it woke me up. And I literally turned to my wife. I woke her up like, oh, like, what's Ruach? She like, what? I'm like, what does Ruach mean? And she's like, I don't know. It's like 3 a.m.
breath. Yeah, that's Hebrew. Yeah. Holy breath. Absolutely. I have Elohim chain on as we speak. Now, Brother Marion, you say, go ahead, Mother.
I want to just say one thing. I didn't mean to cut you guys. It was just urgency on me. It was like the holy breath was calling you. The holy breath of God was calling you to rise up from the dead and move forward to the living, come back and you know, rebirth. And I'm going to help you to finish getting all the rest of that weight off of you. Did you hear me? I'm going to help you.
Yeah, because I'm 300 and I still got to lose. So I definitely.
Believe me, I got the right thing to help you. This water regimen. This heated water is going to take that weight off you so quickly. And another thing that I'm going to tell you to take, and it's going to cut that fat out of your body really quick. Because you have a great purpose and you need to be fit for that purpose. So get in touch with me.
I am. I'm DMing you right now, Queen Mother.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, King. Appreciate your question and your energies. To the next brother who had the question, you're going to go next. But before you do that, after you're finished, we have a new guest. We're going to add Sister Amina. You can pose a question after the brother who has a question. This is Wise Royalty. She's a great sister. I follow her on IG. A wealth of knowledge herself, so she can go after this good brother. So go ahead, good brother.
Brother Survey, can you add the list as well? Tim Divine down here.
Survey, this is Shalanda. You had said I could have went next, but can I go after Sister Amina?
Yes, you sure can, sister. Absolutely.
Can I go after Shalanda? All right. I just want to make sure I'm adding to the list. Right.
Okay, hold on, guys. Wait till that last sister, and then we'll come back to the list. All right, so go ahead.
Wait, Survey, can I just say one thing, Marion, really quick? Marion, can you just DM me your email address? Because I work in the film industry, and I have a lot of resources to help with independent producers and directors getting funding. It's like a 10-page document. So if you could just DM me your email, I can send that over to you right away.
Doing it right now.
Beautiful. Go ahead, brother. All right, everybody, hold on. But to that brother who wanted to pose a question, go ahead.
That's wonderful. Key, that is wonderful.
You know I love you.
I love you too, T. And listen, I think that everyone should try to share information because we have like over 600 people on here and tons of people that if we would all connect, it would be phenomenal with Survey. If he could hook it up where everybody could connect, we could create some of the most phenomenal things. Do you know that? I felt it when T was speaking. I just saw it. Yes.
Facts.
Go on.
She just segued right into it. I don't have a question. I just wanted to add a brick to the beautiful pyramid that you guys are building, this echo chamber of beautiful energy. I just want to add on to that by saying that we've been blessed with this power, the power to create, and we can create whatever we want. And I know everybody know, yeah, we can create whatever we want, but I'm talking about, no, we can really create whatever we want. With every word that comes out our mouth, with every thought that comes from us, we are actively creating something with duality attached to it. So when we come together like this and we get the opportunity to create and to actually echo chamber a beautiful energy of high vibration love, I just want everybody to keep in mind that like we are at this brink of situations where we are like in the dark, where there's nothing, like for example, she said it, last year, whatever happened last year, all those things are gone. We're in the brink of being able to create whatever we want from this point on. So the recommendation would be to add on is let's start from this point and let's start as if we're in the dark and we could do whatever we want. And let's not think about what happened yesterday and who did what and what happened to you 10 years ago or yesterday. And just think about how we can collectively come together to create our ultimate oasis, our ultimate everything, from the God I was talking about, the land, to everybody else that's talking about future projects. I just want us to focus on knowing that with every word that come out your mouth, you're creating. So be very, very wary and very careful, and just be very observant of what comes out of your mouth. And let's come together and create. And that's it. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sister Amina, did you have any questions or commentary or any testimony for Divine Mother Sophia Stewart, the franchise owner and creator of the Terminator and Matrix? Unmute your mic, sister.
Peace and love, everyone. I just want to give thanks and gratitude for the both of you for opening up this space so that we can build and listen and share ideas and all of that great stuff. I just wanted to, actually, I do have a question, but I want to share how I had a dream, and I'm in California, and I had a dream, and I was looking to the east in this dream, and I saw like the galaxy and the stars, and then out of nowhere, this large tree just came up out of nowhere, and Spirit in the dream pretty much told me like, move this way, go this way. And from where I am, going that way towards the east would be Las Vegas or Phoenix, because I'm in Southern California. So it would be Las Vegas or Phoenix. Fast forward to maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, which is so interesting. You guys are talking about health too. About 2 or 3 weeks later, because I do a lot of journaling too. And as I'm reading it, about my downloads and how what I heard in the dream, it was pretty much saying that, Vegas is going to become really beautiful. It's going to be restored. It's not going to be as dry as, desert. It's going to be very plush and just very lush again. And that is going to be an ideal place for our people to be. So later, I was hearing...
in my book, Matrix
right.
book. I wrote about it in the Matrix 4 book.
Right.
Everything you saw in the dream.
And someone just sent it yesterday to me, and I posted it in my story today. I tagged you in it because I was so blown at the page that the sister sent me. I'm like, this is so in tune with everything that I've been, I had a dream about. I was getting in my meditations and all of that. And what it led me to was the vagus nerve. And the vagus nerve pretty much is a nerve that Pretty much it touches almost every organ in our body, and it deals with our senses, our common sense too, ironically. And what I was hearing was that the vagus nerve in our people is what is damaged, and that is why a lot of people are not really listening to their own senses, their own common sense. And so it deals with our senses. It touches every organ in the body. And so when the sister sent me that page of your book, I was just like tonight. This is even very synchronistic because I really don't come on Clubhouse, but I saw that survey was, had something going on, and I just clicked on it, and it was you, and I'm like, what? Oh no, I got to get on here because I was so amazed at how you wrote the new city will be Vegas, or the new. I don't remember word for word, but I just wanted to now that I'm, graced with your presence, your voice, I just would love for you to talk more about that because this has really been coming to me very strongly in my dream. Las Vegas, the Vegas nerve, how it deals with our senses. Yeah, so can you please just expound a little more on that? I mean, of course, not giving away too much about your book, but just this Vegas energy, I feel so pulled, and I'm like, should I move there? Should I not? Like, what is this that spirit is telling me?
Well, why do you think I'm here? I've been here since 2005.
You're there too? Oh my God.
Yeah, I've been here.
Divine alignment.
I'm here.
Wow. Oh my God.
I'm in Vegas.
Wow. I didn't know
and
that.
I wrote about it in 2010 that Vegas was going to be this new city because I saw in a vision, just like you saw the vision, I saw in the vision that Cali was going to be like a desert. Cali, was going to be like a desert. Like they would have greenery here and there, like sort of like the golf courses. But California, but in Vegas, the water shifted. The water shifted from Cali to Vegas, and we had oceanfront properties, and we had yachts in the water and boats in the water and everything. And Vegas was thriving. It was totally different. And people, when you get my Matrix 4 book, that's where I'm talking about it. That's what she's talking about. That was a page sent to her from the Matrix 4 book. And I don't want to go into a lot of it because I am really talking about the polarity shift and how Earth is shifting. And you need to read it. You really need to get that book, the Matrix 4 book, the 4th installment. It's going to blow your mind. I got all the alien technology in there. I'm talking about the virtual reality, the virtual penal system. I am talking about the orbs and how these ships come from Orion's belt and line up with the pyramids. It is so and made them brand new again. And the gold capstones that was on the pyramids. So much history, so much knowledge. You just gotta get it. Everyone just has to get it. And then, so let me tell you, when I was talking about that, as God is my witness, I started smelling this incredible, like, frankincense. Just came into my room. The moment I started telling everything I just got to telling you guys, I saw frankincense that came into the room. In my room.
Wow.
That is the most amazing thing. I've only experienced that one other time with this girl on the movie set. We were talking about God and changes. And then all of a sudden, this frankincense just came into the room. And we both smelled it. It was incredible. And that was my first time ever smelling frankincense. The girl knew what it was. She had smelled it before. But I just smelled it just now. That's incredible.
Wow. So that's how I know I have to go. Like, when spirit tell me to move, I'll move. And that's what I'm hearing. Leave Cali now and get to Vegas. And the Vegas nerve is actually going to be healed as well. There's even a constellation known as the Lyra constellation, and the brightest star is known as the Vega star.
Facts.
Yeah, and so that was coming in first too with the dream. But then when it all connected with the vagus nerve, and it was just like, oh, and then when she sent me the page of your book, I'm just like, this is too much. I have to speak to her or get in contact with her or read this book. I already know I got to go to Vegas. That's what I'm actually packing up and preparing for right now. I will be in Vegas February 1st. But I know that it's very... Go ahead, sister.
I was going to tell you something. I didn't mean to cut you off again. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Go ahead.
But it's something just pushing it out of me to tell you. Remember when the wise men were bringing that frankincense and myrrh and the gifts to the baby Jesus? The North Star was the brightest star.
Mm-hmm.
It was the star that they followed, that star, the LoJack. Yeah, do you know the stars are LoJacks? And that we all have our own personal star? And that when you're driving, if you look out the window, your star is following you.
That's a fact. Yo, my star be following me. That's a fact, mother.
Wow. I know, because I've seen it.
Your mic, bro.
Yeah, it's true. I'm glad you spoke up so people will know. But I know a lot of people know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. All you got to do is when you're driving is at nighttime, look out the window. You'll see your star following you. We all have our own personal star.
Mama
it's
Sophia.
True.
Wow.
Yes.
And Amina, can I add something real quick before I dip out?
Yes.
When I went to Vegas, I went to Vegas 2 years ago, and they explained to me that Vegas used to be underwater, right? So
yes, it did.
Yeah, what is hitting for is the fact that in the African traditional system, Olukun, right, who's recognized as the quote-unquote god of that traditional system, they say that the fortunes or the soot or the richness falls to the bottom of the ocean. So Vegas is consecrated land, right? That desert is consecrated for richness and wealth and treasure. Hence the fact that they was able to go over there and pitch a full-fledged financial institutions by way of the casinos, because the riches is actually in that desert by way of it being the bottom of an ocean. All right? So I just wanted to add that.
I think it's, if I can add on to what you're saying, I really feel you to say it, but just before I got onto this call, I was stuff like that actually just moved out there, and we were talking about how this is like one of the only national cities at this point that you can buy properties, like, at a very cheap price, and it comes after a period of time where that's considered a sin city, and all that sin has been shut down. You know what I'm saying? And so that area is slowly kind of being cleared out of that energy, making room, for people to go buy, make the provisions to go and purchase the properties. I mean, it's one of the cheapest cities in the nation right now. And so to hear all of you speaking about this is absolutely just mind-blowing.
Oh, yeah, let me ask something about the water. It's in my book. I'm talking about Vegas was underwater and the water comes back. And all the water comes back to also Utah and Arizona, Colorado. I'm so excited in the book. But anyway, I'm not going to talk anymore because I'm just excited from what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Yo, so, hold on real quick. Yeah, this is awkward. This is awkward. I was supposed to go earlier. I just have a question for Sophia real quick. Well, I seen the Matrix movie as a kid, right? And it's just so crazy that I just had a chance to speak to you. It's actually amazing. But besides that, shout out to you and everything that you've done for the community. But there's a lot of hidden symbols in the Matrix, and I just wanted to know if you could expand on. Like, I've seen a few. Like, for example, when it was raining, they pulled the bug out of his stomach, and then there's another scene where they were talking about how everything is controlled, and then the harp was played.
Do you know what a bug is? Do you know what a bug is? Do you know what a bug is?
I was gonna tell you. I was gonna give you my idea.
Go ahead. Yeah, well, you know what a bug is. A bug is a hidden mic. It's like something hidden to listen in on you.
Okay.
That's why they said if they're gonna bug you. You know what I'm talking about. And when they pulled the bug out of him, so it's just like someone has hacked you, or they hacked your phone, or they got spyware on your phone.
Yeah, and that brings me to my next question. I'm sorry, that brings me to my next question. I seen I was sun-gazing one day and I actually seen smart dust in the air. And I know that we're breathing in these type of nanotechnologies. You know, they got the vaccine coming. So I just wanted you to expand on transhumanism. Because I feel like that's an important topic that people need to know about. They're already, like, for example, Morgellons disease. You know?
I was trying to tell people that man could not be merged with metal. H.G. Wells, he was born, like in, I guess, in the 20s or the 30s. He came from that iron industry area. So he saw a robot as a metal clankety clank. That's why you used to see all the old science fiction, Ray Bradbury, and all of them, with the old metal, Colin Ellis and all of them, the old metal clankety clank, because they came from another period of time. I was born in the digital age, and so that's why I saw a machine wrapped in flesh, killed but could not be killed, looking like a person. And I'm talking about clones and hologram clones and artificial inseminated babies and petri dish babies and test tubes. All of this stuff came in another period of time from the ones who first created the artificial intelligence. But man is still lingering in the past with the iron and the future with the digital. But you cannot merge nanotechnology, metal, with organic. Organic has to go with organic. If you put metal is nothing but chemicals. If you put metal in something, the chemical will start to poison the blood and the bloodstream and poison the flesh, and the flesh will start rotting. You dying. Because man was never meant to be merged with metal. It goes against the whole principle of being organic. So when people were saying they were going to put these nanobots inside of the vaccine, well, it's going to kill people. It's not going to change your consciousness. You cannot go in and mess with that brain. There are only certain special surgeons that can do brain operations. Not just anybody can come and operate on your brain. You got to realize that.
Real quick,
so somebody,
I just wanted to touch in on something Miss Sophia said. I found very interesting. Hold on, brother. Okay. Who's speaking?
Don't let it.
Okay, go ahead.
Let it go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that I firmly believe that if we ever do merge with technology, this is a way to extract our souls. And as Ms. Sophia said, you want to be as organic as possible, because if you're not organic, I strongly believe that's them removing the soul from your body, because the technology has been merged with it. And so, this is part of the whole spiritual warfare. We have a lot of new things coming up from blockchain and I forgot the thing that Elon Musk is working on, but it has to be Neuralink, right? And that's kind of like where we're headed. And I strongly feel like right now people may be against it, but I can strongly predict there could be a time where people eventually find that type of thing to be the norm, and so it's I strongly feel that the world is going to be shrouded within two groups: the people who really worked on their light bodies and activated their their energy points to the point where they can actually do things without Neuralink, and then people who have to implant these type of things into their system in order to be able to do things such as telepathically communicate and hearing thoughts and stuff like that. And so I just kind of wanted to ask. I just wanted to see what your perspective. I just wanted to see what your perspective is on that in the foreseeable future with things such as Neuralink happening.
Yeah, but that's dangerous. I just told you that's dangerous because you cannot mix the flesh with metal, because even the chips, or look at the chips in the credit cards, the chips in your debit card, they're still chips. And nothing like that is going to interfere with the brain. If somebody puts a nanobox in a syringe, it's going to go into your bloodstream. It's not going to go into your brains. They're not injecting the nanobox into your brain. They're putting them into your bloodstream. Mm-hmm. And what happens to the bloodstream is you're going to get poisoned. You are going to drop dead. You're going to get poisoned. Because that was not meant to go into your body, dead flesh. And there are certain things that are not organic, that is not meant to go into your bloodstream or into your body.
Yeah, I have a question. What about?
Hold on. Let her finish her thought. The sister's gonna go.
Can we maintain some order too?
Yes.
Let the young lady speak.
Yes, young lady, go ahead. You've been waiting for a minute. Go ahead.
I have. Hello, Miss Sophia. I bought the book, and I did receive a prayer that you sent me, and I just want to thank you for that.
You're welcome. Listen and follow the instructions, and I want you to give a testimony.
I have been every day. I have been reading it every day, more than one time throughout the day. But I am I'm a seer. I'm also a prophetess, and I'm a dreamer. And lately, I've been having these revelation type dreams, and they've been coming like really frequent. Like my last dream that I had, the moon turned blood red, but
you going to say that?
Huh?
I knew you were going to say that before you even said it.
Okay, so the moon was like in the crescent shape, but it started to transform in the sky, and it was moving really fast. And as it was moving, it was changing its shape, and then it fell out the sky. And so I don't want to get too deep into the dream because it's a lot, but I had a camera around my neck, and I tried to take a picture of it, but the screen, the lens broke in the camera, and I was walking with my cousin, and we was like kind of scared, and so he was saying, "Stop being scared. It's feeding off the field." And so when I got my energy together in the dream, the moon had disappeared. And so once I had got back to the house where my mom was, I told her, "Come outside," because the moon fell out the sky. It was like bouncing like a ball. So she was like, "No way." I said, "Come outside." So I had to allow myself to get scared again so that the moon can pop back up. So when I did that, it popped back up. And so we went back into the house, and then I got my energy together, and I said, I need to go and fix the lens on this camera so I can document this. So when I went, so we went to like an open mall, and it was like a stand in the middle of the mall, and it was like this old man at this register, one of those old registers, like way back in the days that had things sticking out of it. So I was standing in line in front of somebody, and my cousin was on the right hand side of me, and my mama was on the left hand side of me. And my cousin looked up in the sky, and he said, "Oh my God." So when he said, "Oh my God," I looked up, and on one side of the moon, it was like the globe. That blue globe in school, and they have the different colors for the different different states. So one side of the moon looked like that, and on the left side of the moon, it was blood dripping from the moon, and it was just all around the moon.
I was going to tell you, it's like an omen. It's just like an omen, like prophecy when the trumpet blows 7 times. Every time the trumpet blows, it blows 7 times, but each time it blew, something with the earth, something prophecy would come upon the earth. And so when I seen that, I looked at them and I
grabbed both of them and I said, let's go. It's time to go. So then we went inside a building. It was a glass building. But as I was looking outside the glass, the spirit of the Lord was talking to me in the dream, and he was saying to me, you see that girl? It was a girl sitting by like a wishing well, and it was a man that was holding a baby. It was a whole lot of people outside the door. And so the spirit of fear just swept through the mall. But it was not like the fear that people was feeling with the COVID. It was like the judgment of the Lord, kind of fear. So he was telling me to go tell the girl at the wishing well some things, but I was so scared. I was like, I'm not going outside that door, and so I just started to repent in the dream and started singing like worship music, and I started telling everybody to repent. And so I heard the spirit was telling me in the dream. He said, my people refuse to seek me, so now the judgment has fallen on the nations. And so I just kept on repenting in the dream. And he said, worry not, my child, for the judgment has not fallen upon you. And then when I woke up out of the dream, he said, tell my people that the judgment is near. And he took me to Acts 17 and 20, and it had read, in the last days, my spirit will fall upon all flesh. And that scripture, I can't really quote it right now, but I've been having these dreams. Really, it's just been coming and coming and coming, and I've been having these visions, and and when I have to prophesy to somebody, my stomach hurts so bad, and it's just like the spirit just blurted out my mouth, like I don't have no control, and I don't have no guidance, because I've been like this since I was a very young child, and I've never had anyone to direct me. Even I've been having dreams where angels been coming in my dream and they've been teaching me things, but when I wake up, I don't know what it is that they've been showing me. And I've been seeing them in the physical, me just sitting up right now. I've been seeing them and seeing other little entities walking, and it's like, oh my God, what am I going through right now? I'm just shifting. Listen, this is a one-on-one thing that you need to talk to me about, not. Okay. Yeah, I see the early part of what you were talking about is what others needed to hear, but this part that you're talking about is a personal thing, so others need to speak, but contact me and I will help you. Okay. But let someone else speak now, but yes, the first part was very everyone here. Okay, so do you want me to DM you on Instagram, or how would you? You can get my email address. Go to my website, Truth. I got it because you had sent me the prayer, so I can just go under that thread, or just email you a different thread. Yeah, email me. That would be great. Email me. What would you like me to put the subject as? Was it Acts? I'm sorry. It's Acts 17 and 20. Yeah, you can put that. I'll remember. Okay. Someone wanted to ask you a question. There was a guy who wanted someone. Well, I want to ask a question. I kind of been just patiently sitting back listening. Me too. I'm sitting waiting as well. Yeah. So, it's just beautiful coming back to seeing this. I've been gone for about a week. I just want to say thank you to Survey, to Jay, to Omar for really putting this together. Blue Pill left, but I also wanted to thank Blue Pill and Red Pill for the work that you guys have been continuously doing for the culture. I picked up on you guys through Signetter TV a couple years ago, and you guys just constantly are spewing knowledge. So I just want to thank you.
Give thanks.
Whatever happened? What's his name?
Signetter.
Signetter. What happened to him?
He's still in Harlem. He's still doing the videos. He still has some content on YouTube.
Okay, because the interview, and I didn't hear any more from him ever again, so I was wondering if he was okay.
Well, I just wanted to also say thank you guys to all of you all who started off in the group basic instructions before leaving Earth with us. We started off talking about all of this knowledge and just spewing it out. And just to see you guys having the Divine Mother, Sophia Stewart, the creator of the Matrix and Terminator, just allowing her to give her insight and knowledge on the nature of our reality, the nature of our existence, what it means to be human, what it means to be living is beautiful to just sit here and listen to y'all. Because at the end of the day, it's about planting the seed. Like Christ came as a seed planter. And we look at the gardener as the person that's going to water the seed too, instead of actually doing the work ourselves. So it's just beautiful being able to sit there and plant seeds and then come back like, oh, it's actually working like how brothers like Red Pill and Blue Pill did. Brothers like Sheikh Ata Dr. Ben, just all these beautiful black souls who have come before us that have planted seeds. It's just beautiful to see. But I also wanted to segue that into asking my question because we're talking about the Matrix. And a lot of the knowledge I've come across within just seeing our reality is heavily involved with what you two ladies were just speaking on, which is the moon. And I've been prophesizing, I've been revealing revelations in this time of revealing the Aquarian age. I don't want to talk too much. There's people in here who have heard me speak, and that's neither here nor there. But my question to you, a beautiful divine mother, is what is your take on the Saturn and Moon construct? I know you might have spoken somewhat on it, but I haven't really been present because I've had to get back to the reality in which is the physical so that I can maintain the life in the physical. But I just wanted to understand your take on what's going on with the construct of the Saturn and the Moon, because there's some sort of weird connection between them based on time, based on energy, based on the fixed point in the sky that they both share. So I just love to hear your take.
Well, I know that once the planet did an alignment, and the planet when they align, it just, to me, seems like it's a message from God, because man cannot do that. Man cannot make those planets align like that. But I noticed that every time we have some major alignment, and this is the first time that Saturn to come in, and to play, it's like the heavens and the earth were shaken with this alignment when COVID-19 hit. It was something that to me just came out of Revelation. And what 100%. She was, the young lady that was about the moon dripping blood, it was all in Revelation. You can go in there and calling forth to his prophets to do this and to do that and to speak. And she said, I'm afraid I'm not going out there, to go talk to that lady, at the wishing well. It's a form of prophecy. You know what I'm saying? When certain stars fell out of the sky and it hit the earth, it brought certain tragedies or certain plagues upon the earth. And people need to go back and start reading that, because it's very interesting, because I think that some of those, some of the prophecy right now is right. Happening. Facts. So we're just, my sister, yeah.
I'm sorry. I wanted to actually chime in because you speak on the prophecies that are there, and I heard one day I heard you speak, and it kind of humbled me. Not even want to speak anymore. You talked about just talking words in general, prophesize things, not being the guy to prophesize things that are going to come to pass, and then you're that guy that prophesies it. And it's just crazy because I've been prophesizing everything that's been coming to pass, and it's scary. So scary to the point where I've been pulled back and forth, in living in the physical and living in the spirit. And as a result, I'm still seeing the prophecies, but I don't know how to maneuver through life. Do I continue to teach people and tell them, oh, this is what's going on in the real world compared to what's in prophecy laid out so you can see it, rather than you just walking through everyday life, not aware? Or do I just take what the knowledge I have and continue to be selfish? Like, I don't know. I mean, what justice am I doing to myself?
Well, if you're just feeding yourself, well, then what is the point? I mean, I think you can answer that better than me. If you're feeding others, then is that what you're supposed to be doing? And if you're feeding yourself, what's the point? These are kind of like questions that you can answer yourself. They have nothing to do with me being judgmental or being a judge or anybody else. How do you feel about what you're seeing? You said it's scary. It's scaring you.
Yeah, it's scary because it's scary to hear people 1 minute say, oh, all these beautiful things, bring them to a true realization of love, grace that has been bestowed upon us by a Creator that's been constantly trying to wake us up. And then in the same breath, be pulled and swayed by duality in the same light to be considered like a demon or a devil. So it's so...
Listen, there's no duality. It's polarity, but there's no duality. Duality is then there are no two things. Duality, deception, duplicity, duping, they mean bi. The word means bi. Like bi means B-Y, bi means two. And there is no things going on. There is only one thing going on. And if you're going in one direction or going in the opposite direction, that's polarity.
Indeed.
I think the confusion came in when people thought there was such a thing as duality. There's no duality. There is no devil versus God, because there's no devil that's equal to God, because he would have to have created himself to be an equal. Since God created then the devil is subjected to the laws, and he's subjected to everything that God has also subjected to. So that's why when you used to see the movie The Highlanders, and it used to say there can only be one, well, that's what God was telling you. There can only be one, and that's good. And that's all that's going on is good, but what happens is what evil is going in the wrong direction. So everything that you see that is going wrong here is people going in the wrong direction.
Facts.
But if you would go into the right direction and see only good and not see evil, you wouldn't be experiencing any evil. See, people are subjected to what they want. What do you want more of? You want more good? Then you give good and do good and be good. Because we're not all experiencing the same thing here. There's a lot of people experiencing a lot of bad stuff, getting killed, getting harmed. But there's a lot of people that are experiencing a lot of good things. They're getting wealthy, they're being happy, none of this evil is touching them. You look at one man's yard and you see beautiful flowers and fruits, and you look at another man's yard and it's grass. There's nothing growing, and it's just horrible. So what's going on here? Because we are in this world where there's all kinds of things that are going on and affecting different people, or not affecting anyone at all. So where do you live? In what world do you live? Yes.
I think this you're absolutely correct. I do believe here, honestly, that there is polarity of reality. To your point, I wanted to ask you, and I wanted to for your diligence, perseverance. Information is not free. Information is earned. Information is something that will happen.
Let me explain something to people, because this is very deep what I'm going to explain to people. There are a lot of writers on here, and people that write, and they know that you have to use certain words to express yourself, because words are very important. Words create certain realities in people's minds. It can create spells. It can be hypnotic. It can be like hypnotism. It could be illusionary and stuff like that. So you have to be careful with what you're saying, and you gotta watch your mouth, what comes out of your mouth before you speak something into existence, because the tongue, it has no master. It's unruly. It doesn't have a master. Out of thy mouth come thy blessings, and out of the same mouth will come curses. In other words, you can bless yourself with your mouth and your tongue, but you can also curse yourself with the same tongue and mouth. You can also bring a self-fulfilling prophecy on yourself from your mouth. So you got to watch your mouth and what you say about others, because you can also do harm to others. This is why in school, when they were whipping your butt about spells and spelling, and they didn't want you to learn math, because we create with math. Architects, engineers, we create the chairs, the cars, the bridges with math. The inventions, the apps with math. And then also people will cast spells and illusions and program your mind with words. That's right. So you have to be, so you got to look at, because the reality is creating with math. But the spells and words is illusionary. It's creating illusions. That's what Houdini and Copperfield and Chris Angel and David Bland, that's these illusionists. They're illusionists.
Queen Mother.
Sophia.
I just wanted to ask you, Queen Mother, this question. The worst thing to do, in my humble opinion, is to die and not know why you are here. I want to know why you were living, and a subsequent question, why do you feel that taking shrooms, different drugs, different things, open up different portals is a way for people to expand their consciousness? Of course not. Of course not. Any drugs and any chemicals are detrimental. They go against organic, being
What
organic.
about psychedelics?
Let her finish. She's answering it.
They are the worst ones.
Yes.
Hallucinogens, LSD, PCP. Those are chemicals. They're chemicals that are altering the natural state of your brains and your consciousness. And some people can never come back from that. There are people, lots of people in nut houses right now and cannot get back from those dimensions. They open up portals and doors and dimensions. And once you cross over a threshold into those dimensions, you may not never come back.
Facts. Very true. Can I add something to that?
We're gonna let the Queen go, and after the Queen, we got a special guest. We have Waka Flocka in the building. Flock, if you, I love Waka's mind. I love his elevation. I love his transcendence and his evolution. He's a fellow Gemini like myself. Brother Waka, if you have any
Gemini
questions,
Connect,
but Flock, if you have any questions or want to have any comments or want to add a brick to the pyramid, you're welcome to do that, brother. Then sister, you can go after that.
I'd rather let the sister go before me.
Okay, beautiful. Go ahead, sister. You got it.
Thank you so much, Waka. So, hi, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you got it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. So, Sophia, you talked about psychedelics, and that's what I wanted to add on to the conversation, because I've just observed and listened to a lot of conversations on Clubhouse, trying to understand people's minds and the intent of using these psychedelics. And in my perspective, I found that people were trying to cheat the process of reaching spiritual elevation. And by doing so, they're exposing themselves prematurely to
like a lot of the things that you said, to these portals that may be harmful to them, but they're unaware. So in saying that, I'm kind of wanting or asking for you to kind of like explain how people can do that in a safe way rather than opting for these psychedelics, because they are dangerous if you are not ready or if you're not already on the path to unplugging yourself from the matrix.
Hey. Listen, anytime anybody deals with anything that they have no knowledge of, and that their bodies and minds and consciousness and everything physical is not ready to transcend into those areas, you are just opening up a can of worms of danger, and you're also capable of letting some entities in that you won't be able to get rid of. You're really messing up that goes beyond you, because there are certain places and times and things that you need to deal with, but not be too curious about evil or too curious about something, because you can cross, like I said, a threshold and you will never come back. There are some people who experiment and they keep getting a little further and further until they fall right over the cliff. Keep getting to the edge and keep going back, and someone warning them, no, don't do it anymore. You came back, you're fine, don't do it anymore. But they want to push the limit. They want to keep pushing it. And that's what happens. Absolutely. I'm sure you can take in moderation and be okay. But there are people that just will not, and there are some bodies and some minds that can't even take something minor.
Facts.
And there are people who have messed people up. I knew that a couple of my brother's friends, somebody had put something in their drinks or food and they never came back. One died in his 30s, never got to enjoy life. But before that, he was both of them were very smart in school.
What about mushrooms, Mother, from the earth?
Can you let her finish?
I know. It's okay. She's good. She's good. Yeah, I know that mushrooms come from the earth, certain ones. And just like I told you, things that come from the earth, it wasn't created to be detrimental to the body. But people who don't know how much is enough is enough. And when they start mixing it with other things, like I said, with the marijuana comes from the earth. But when you put cocaine with it, that's what happened to John Belushi. You know, when they cocaine and some other stuff, when they mix certain things together, it kills you. You can't come back. Your body won't even come back, some of you. It's just, you got to be knowledgeable what you're doing. Someone introduce something to you and say, hey, this is pretty cool. Why don't you try this? You don't need to try anything that you don't know about, because everybody's bodies and minds and consciousness is totally different. One man's joy may be another man's poison, and one man's wealth might be another man's trash.
May I add perspective to the mushroom?
That's right. And to come on and say, well, you know, the mushrooms was okay for me. So, well, I advocate them. Advocate them. I'm not going to advocate anything, because everybody is totally different. Some people are fragile. Some people are been here before. Some people are ancient. Some people are old. Just different. Some are baby souls. Some just don't simply know anything at all. And anybody can take them and mold them in any direction, good or bad.
Okay, guys. Now, before you guys move on, to keep the order of the room, before Flock poses a question or comment, we have Brother Eugene who's waiting to ask a question. So we'll go Flock if he has a comment or a question for Queen Mother. We'll go Brother Eugene, then we'll go back to two sisters to keep the balance. So Flock, it's on you if you have any questions, comments, testimony, or just thoughts for Queen Mother Sophia Stewart.
And peace at the bottom here, Roz. I'd love to go after the sisters if possible.
Hey, gotcha.
And Kendavon. I've been waiting for.
Gotcha. One mic. We're gonna hold the mic. We're gonna hold the list right there. Stop right there. You got it, baby. Yeah, you good. Right.
Hey, Miss Sophia, I done talked to you about 10 times. And every time I talk to you, ask me, who am I? I never talk to you. Miss Sophia, I'll say this. I got one small question. Have Arnold Schwarzenegger ever acknowledged you?
Not only has he acknowledged me, he's called and talked to me and offered me $5 million for the Terminator copyright.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's it. I don't want to get into that.
I'm just telling you, definitely know me.
I'll say,
definitely. Go on. What do you think I'll be back? What were you going to say?
Another question I was saying, do you have anywhere that somebody could train under you learning math from your perspective?
You probably got to
learn math?
Yes.
Why would you want to learn math from me when you can go to school and learn math from people that that's what you want to learn? That's why people go to mathematics earlier.
Huh? Supreme mathematics.
Right, supreme mathematics.
We talking about supreme mathematics.
There is nothing but 9 numbers. No, listen to me. Listen, stop.
Yes, listen, guys.
There is nothing but 9 numbers in the universe, and after that, they double up, they triple up, they quadruple, and all. Add them all up. I don't care how long they get. They can get 50, 40, 100 deep. When you add them all up, they all go back to the 1 through 9. If you don't believe it, then do it.
Facts.
Those 9 numbers are the supreme numbers. 1 through 9, there's no 10. 1 plus 0 goes back to the 1. There is no 11. 1 plus 1 is 2. There's no 12. 1 plus 2 is 3. It all keeps repeating over and over in the universe. 1 through 9. 1 is the alpha, 9 is the omega, the end. The alpha is the beginning, omega is the end, and everything begins again. It is a complete circle of life. It's called an atom, ATOM, and it's 8 of them that makes up the flower of life.
Facts.
That's the pattern that runs through everything in the universe.
Oh,
if you don't believe me, Google it.
Right. Numerology. So numbers 1 through 9. Numerology.
And it's a pattern that runs through everything here upon the earth, whether it's the animal, or insect, or people, or it runs through everything. That pattern, that those 8 atoms, a complete cycle, a complete circle. Look at the moon. Look at the planets. They're all like a circle. They're all like, look at it right at the top of your head. And your hair is spiraling. Look at a tornado. It's a spiral. Look at a hurricane. It's a spiral.
I need them.
Walker, look up your life path number and your birthday number. Those are the 2 most important numbers that you should know.
And guess what? When he asked what do you have a single number or you have a double number in your birthday? What is your birthday? Give me your birthday. What is your month and what is your date?
He's not on stage anymore. I think he got he's out of the room. Yeah, hold on, guys. I think Watt, I don't know if he got booted out or whatever, but he's out of the room right now. So until he comes back, we're gonna go to Brother Eugene because he's been patiently waiting to ask a question to the Divine Mother. So Brother Eugene,
can I go? What is the order?
We're going to go Brother Eugene, and then we're going 2 sisters after. So let Brother Eugene go, and then we're going to come back to the order. So go ahead, Brother Eugene. You got the floor.
Yes, sir. Peace, brother. So, and thank you for acknowledging me. I definitely was waiting patiently. And I want to thank Mother Sophia for coming to this platform and sharing such wisdom and such knowledge, such grace and elegance in her questions. You know, but for me, I definitely want to approach this question with trepidation because I don't want to maybe come off offensive in any manner. But for me, I'm inquisitive about how did you arrive at such frequency and vibration. And what I'm meaning by that is this: listening to you, having a chance to view your movies, you know, the type of science and knowledge that you're giving out. In some circles, there's a price to pay for the knowledge that is acquired, the knowledge you're giving out, you know. And with that being said, for someone who can produce this type of frequency, you know, for me, it comes from various leaders because some of the things, let me say it like this. In I think it was like 1989, 1990, a brother in the Nation of Islam pulled me over. He started introducing some of the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to me. And, you know, I dove into it head first, and it fascinated me. And it was later on that your movie came out, and I had an opportunity to see it. And looking at it from the standpoint of some of the teachings that was given out, I can see a direct correlation with respects to your characters. You know, I can see a direct correlation with respects to many other philosophies or ideologies that came from leaders. Because some of the things that you're saying directly ties to things that have been said of old. It's being said and given in a manner that I think is suitable for today. So, you know, I asked the question: what if let's take the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, is somebody I highly respect, and I think a lot of other brothers and sisters on this platform will respect and do listen to at some shape, form, or fashion, or have heard. And I asked the question: a man of his poise, a man of his knowledge, if he were into writing fictional or non-fictional movies, what would his mind produce? You know, what type of characters and what would he say? So when I look at you, the things that you said, the things that you put out in movies, I can see that direct correlation to all of the philosophical ideologies, especially that we know. So for me, my question is more or less is how did or what was the challenge? How did you arrive at the point that you're vibrating on the knowledge that you get out? I mean, not to sound so spooky, but did you just wake up to this? Someone maybe in this less form us pull your coattail over? You know, again, like I said, I'm fascinated. I am absolutely blown away by the wisdom and knowledge that's come from you, and to be able to articulate it, you know, and size it up to characters and things that directly correlates to a higher science. It's fascinating. And I just wanted to know how did you get to that point? How did you get to the point of the frequency you're vibing on? Thank you.
Let me explain it to you. I am ambidextrous. Ambidextrous means that I use both hands. I can write with both hands. I have the same strength in both hands. When I went to the doctor did a test, and he told me, he says that you're ambidextrous. And what that means is that if you were a boxer, you'd be able to knock a guy, you wouldn't even see it coming. You'd be able to knock him out with either hand. Most boxers that are left-handed, they knock you out with their left hands. You have to watch their left hand. Most boxers that are right-handed, you have to watch their right hand because they might sneak and knock you out. So I'm ambidextrous. What that means is that I'm using both lobes of the brain. So if you are right-handed, you write with your right hand, you're only using the right lobes of your brains, and what that right hand governs. And if you're a left-handed person, you're using the left side of your brain and what that governs. But a person that is using their whole lobe, meaning that I can access all areas of my brains like Lucy, but the movie Lucy, but I didn't use any drugs. What happened to her, she was a mule, and one of the balloons burst inside of her, and those hallucinogenic drugs and chemicals altered her brain waves. But I have a natural gift, and it comes out of me when I speak. So I'm not reading any speeches. I'm not reading any books, no scripts. Do you see what I'm talking about? I'm not talking to any dead, no mediumship, no tarot cards, no crystal gazing, no tea leaves. Do you kind of get the picture? It's a natural gift, and I can talk to scientists and doctors and all forms of people in every types of area of life. Because at the end of the day, everything is mathematics. It's all numbers. And if you look at the movie called A Beautiful Mind, they're code breakers. That's what I am. I can crack the codes to any system and utilize that system. I didn't have to study trademark law. I know it naturally. Patent law, copyright laws. I have helped people to get their copyrights to stolen derivative work. And it blew their minds. I got it for one guy, he's Armenian. He lives in California, to Avatar. His attorneys betrayed him and 11 other people. Their attorneys sold them out to James Cameron and his attorneys, and they all lost their case, and James Cameron was utilizing all of their stuff in Avatar. He sold from 12 people. That's why you don't see another Avatar. Disney offered to give him $300 million to do another Avatar. He can't do another Avatar because he stole from 12 people.
Facts.
Some of those people are still appealing their cases because they're pissed. It was their creativity that went in this one movie. And this guy, Armenian guy, he called me and said, "Could you help me?" And I said, "Yes." And I got him his copyright to Avatar. If you don't believe it, I can show you better than I can tell you. And another guy came to me. He was a black guy, and he said that Black Panther, they had used a lot of he and his people's work. And I said, "You want your copyright too?" And he said, "Yes." And I got him his copyrights. Now, I told them they could take those copyrights and start selling Black Panther and Avatar. Did you hear what I just said? Because
yes,
when
ma'am.
you own the copyright to something, it is your property, and you can make money off your property, and the feds can't come in and get you for counterfeiting because you are the owner. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. And I'm doing law that lawyers will not even do or don't even know how to do. I scored a 98 on the IRS exam, 2 points from 100, and it's nothing but pure math. But yet I'm doing 1099 OIDs, and some of their agents can't even do that. And I taught a guy how to do that. And I taught another guy how to do liens. So where did I get all this information? Right out of my DNA. I didn't have to go to school. Like people said, "Well, what book did you read?" And I said, "The books don't teach me. I taught the book. I'm the one that wrote the book. The book don't write me. The movies don't come before me. I come before the movies. I wrote the books and the script that the movies came from."
I love her so much.
Prodigy. You know what a movie is? It's nothing but you taking a film on your camera right now on your phone and go out and you film something. You didn't create that source work. It was right there, so you filmed it. Somebody else had already created the source work. You took a picture of it with your camera. That's what a movie is. It's a derivative, secondary. It's not primary. It's
Hello. You're cutting out, Queen. Can't hear you, brother.
If
Sophia,
a call
Sophia.
came through and knocked me off.
Peace. Can I be added?
She's a prodigy, you guys.
So is the mother still? Is she still on?
She probably just got a call. Let her get herself together.
In the meantime, you can get the list together.
Yeah,
I would love to go.
Yeah, have a
question.
I'd like to go, sir.
All right, hold on.
Do one mic so we know.
One mic. On stage, y'all. Pay attention, please. Look, you guys are all asking for the same thing, and it's available. For those who want links from Brother D Love, you can reach out to him directly via Instagram, and he'll gather your email, or you send him your email and let him know the links that you want. Be sure to follow all the moderators on the stage right now. Be sure to follow the Grabba Gang. Before anybody else speaks, Divine Mother, it is, let's see what time it is here. It is 9:18 p.m. your time. How much longer did you want to stay on? Yeah, you may have to come out or go out and come back in. We can't hear you. It may just be a bug. And in the between time, while she's getting that together, guys, I'm going to give you her information so you can invest, you can donate, you can donate, you can buy the books, you can send your gratitude and gracious offers. If you're using the Cash App platform, you can Cash App our Divine Mother, Sophia Stewart. Her Cash App handle is Sophiamarcel. That's $SOPHIA M as in Mary, ARCEL. So it's $Sophia If you're looking to reach out to her via email, you can email her at Sophia Stewart, the number 10 at yahoo.com. It's Sophia Stewart 10 at yahoo.com. If you would like to Zelle, you can Zelle directly to 702-501-5900. Be sure to get all the books and publications and literature and source code information that's available. You can get the books via truthaboutmatrix.com. That's truthaboutmatrix.com. So be